Hey everybody. Okay.
Attack Force is the Steven Seagal mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world that if you make a movie with random unconnected scenes in a random order, it would still be more coherent than this flaming pile of dog shit. It starts off at a military research facility that's under attack. While this whole thing could have been prevented by just telling them to turn around, that's not how the military rolls. Instead, they send 3 helicopters to just watch.
Everyone stand by.
And 1 overweight senior citizen in a Hummer. By the time he gets there, everyone's dead but this guy, and what comes next is one of the greatest fight scenes in history, where he just kinda pushes him, killing him instantly. But damn, that was a lot of work. So thankfully, none of whatever that was is ever mentioned again. Now we see Seagal doing one of his infamous prank phone calls where he pretends to be Martin Sheen.
The consequences are the same, no matter how you look at it.
While rambling insane bullshit.
We made the treaties, they broke them, and now you sit back and expect me to clean up after them?
Hi Richard. My love, my sweet boy, my honey, my boo. You look like shit. Has Jasmine been nagging you again about taking out the trash or doing the dishes? Don't listen to her. Stay strong my boy. 2024 will be great. I love you. And Primsa woos you. XOXOXO.
Alright, well, thank you for that advice.
For later smile.
Okay, I will take a look at this later than now. Thanks for the donation, appreciate it. Yes, hopefully 2024 will, be a better year. We'll see, though. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Sticks.
Look at Demo. Trying to chase.
Read this. Pretty hilarious.
Yeah, accurate.
That's not gonna happen.
It's the next day, and son of a bitch, now his voice is stuck like that.
They come from a really good SF team.
They warned him this could happen.
Outside,
I'll hold this kitty.
trying to fall.
Bimo, you're so beautiful. Such a beautiful cat. It's okay, Bimo.
She wants to whack at the leashes.
You're gonna stay here.
No whacking.
You're gonna stay here. Okay. Just wait. Mwah. She wants to break free, Jasmine. I don't know how long I'll be able to contain her.
Oh,
Well, hopefully because of the rain, nobody's gonna...
Nah, they're still gonna do it. But I just want to make sure I'm back home. For that bullshit. She fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, BMO.
That she's belongs to me.
No, BMO, just wait.
So 1 ding dong and 2 ding dongs and 3 ding dongs. Alright, back in the bed, love you.
Okay, love you. Okay, now you can go.
Okay.
This is my first donation. Thank you, Vegan Gains, for gaining all the vegans.
Well, no problem. That is my job. Thanks for the donation, Camo Meal Cam. Avi donated, should progressives be rejected by society in the same way society rejects Nazis? Question mark. While freedom of speech exists to come out as a self-identified Nazi, there's a clear social cost that comes with that. You'll lose friends, have a harder time getting a job, be viewed as a fringe lunatic. Suspect at this point we should start curating the same type of social treatment for people who come out as self-identified leftist, progressive, woke, SJW, and such. I, for one, will act accordingly. Well, yeah. Now, unfortunately, progressivism is linked with fucking Nazism because of all these fucking insane whack jobs who are so anti-Semitic in the whole fucking Israel-Palestine conflict. So, anybody who says they're an SJW or a progressive or something, my eyebrows are kind of raised now. Thanks for the donation, Avi.
How come you're taking more breaks from streaming?
Because my mental health is absolutely trash, and, yeah, I oftentimes am unable to stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Tommy.
Feces isn't so bad if you sprinkle salt on it. I think you'd really enjoy a lightly toasted shitlog with your coffee. Hey, I have an idea. Let's gargle each other's giz and blow bubbles that you can pop with your brown poopy-colored dick. Jasmine is poopy.
That sounds like fun. Maybe later. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop.
OMG, I am glad you're alive. Hail Satan.
Let me take a look.
Ready to go shopping? Eat these! You anemic or something? You got iron deficiency? You a man and need your blood to circulate better, especially down there? Beets, my guy! You can't have too much ginger! You need your omegas, your vitamin C, your vitamin K. You know what's good for blood clots and all that clogging in the blood? All the leafy greens. Man, a lot of people have alternating views on garlic, man. But you want to live longer? Eat these.
No, that's disgusting.
You gotta have your hot peppers, guys, especially because it helps your metabolism work even faster. Oh, yeah, we about to detox. You know what I mean? Get the celery, you're gonna detox, get all the metals out the body. Gotta eat these, man. Gotta get the celeries, man. Feel me? Yeah, before they come through, it's so loud. You know, you get all the celery. Detox.
Is he vegan?
Pussy out too.
Interesting. Maybe we'll watch some of his content. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
Happy Merry New Day.
Well, happy Merry New Day to you too, Chamomile Cam. Thanks for the donation, sir. He isn't used to be? The fuck, dude? Shirk donated $2. Let me see.
Vegan Daddy, react to my future girlfriend. At first I thought she was a 7 until I found out she was vegan.
I love this time of year.
Solid 8/10ths woman. I want her to hop on my biracial cock.
But it can be so easy to get off track and gain a whole bunch of unwanted weight in a short period of time.
She's
to make
cute.
life easier in the long run, I let go of using the holidays to overeat and indulge as I've done in the past. To have a good relationship with food, there has to be a healthy balance. So nutrient-dense meals should always supersede those that aren't so beneficial. Allowing the cold weather to keep me from working out. I am not a big fan of the cold weather, and I am from the South, so it's definitely not a habitat that I thrive in. But once I get in the gym and I'm warming up, I eventually forget about the cold. I actually feel 10 times better than I did
That was a nice butt.
before, and it actually feels like an accomplishment.
Don't know why the fuck she's using a pad on the bar.
So your goals should not stop according to a cold day or even a rainy day. Lastly, using the excuse to get wrapped up in a ton of holiday social events, but don't forget to work on you. Remember, no one can lose the weight or maintain the weight for you but you.
Yeah, she's cute. Thanks for the donation, Braxton. That Shrek kissing filter looks really weird. Okay.
I was only 9 years old. I loved Shrek so much. I had all the merchandise.
Aaron P would like you to suck his micro penis and lick his erect nipples. Aaron P would then like to defecate in a jar and spoon feed you until you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Aaron P is a child molesting Nigerian scammer with no street cred. Yay.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Poopy Stinks.
In movies. I pray to Shrek every night before bed, thanking him for the life I've been given. Shrek is love, I say. Shrek is life. My dad hears me and calls me a faggot. I knew he was just
Eddie
jealous.
calls Sam Sulik unhealthy.
Right.
Like maybe drinking chocolate milk. You know what upsets me the most, right? You've got so many young people watching him eating donuts, drinking chocolate milk, and I see them in the gym. They got spotty face just like Sam Sulek. Look at that boy. Can you not tell he's not healthy? When he talks, he looks like he's been running up a fucking...
This guy takes anabolic steroids and has juiced like crazy because he used to be a pro bodybuilder. And, he recommends basically a carnivore diet. He says vegetables are bad for you, fruit is bad for you, basically only eat meat.
says, come on, look at his skin. It's not healthy. That's exactly what you guys did. You idolize these guys, these kids. You did that to Boston Lloyd, did that to Dallas Macabre. Everybody, next minute, they fucking died. In the last year, how many people have died? Because you guys have got weak immune system. He may be big now, but he's fucking himself up. When he dies, all he's gonna get is that RIP bullshit. How many people have died? I'm fucking 61, 40 years older than that boy, and I'm still alive. All I'm saying is,
not for much longer.
He's heading the wrong way. His heart, you can tell by his cardiovascular health, by the way he looks, the way he's breathing, that his cardiovascular health is fucked. You can tell by his skin that his fucking gut is fucked. His
This guy's voice is irritating.
Happy New Year's Eve, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight after a 2-day break. So tomorrow, I'm starting an aggressive 40% calorie deficit so that I can lose 3 to 4 pounds per week and lose 45 pounds in 12 weeks starting tomorrow, Monday the 1st of January 2024 lol.
I wouldn't recommend doing that. I'd recommend aiming for 1% body weight loss per week. But good luck to you. You can always try. Thanks for the donation, Ben. This guy has the most annoying British accent I've ever heard in my fucking life. But yeah, whatever. This guy's a dumbass. Well, that is Shrek.
Children, let's go.
But that's still somehow only the third dumbest thing to happen in the first 10 minutes of
Maui
this
New
train
Year
wreck.
and happy BMO. 35 seconds of delicious orange New Year's Eve goodness.
Let me take a look. Whoa. So orange. Oh my god. How does that cat get so orange? Doesn't make any sense.
Maui, I want you to know that you're the orange love of my life.
Wow, so orange. Thanks for the donation, Leland, though.
Piece of shit.
Marshall Lawson. The man walks with an air of confidence that's rarely seen in this day and age.
That's the second, but
Should I cycle 500 milligrams of Testi per week with 300 milligrams of Tren A? Should I run an AI with the cycle or have some on hand for if needed? What post-cycle therapy would you run? Nolvadex or Clomid?
I don't know jack shit about post-cycle therapy, so I'm not the one to ask about that. As far as running 500 milligrams of Test with 300 milligrams of Tren, I would just say don't ever use Tren. 500 milligrams of Test, you likely will want to use an aromatase inhibitor, likely. So you'd probably just want it on hand just in case, but I would say never use Tren. It's sort of terrible for you. Seems to cause what could be permanent brain damage. So I wouldn't use that, but I have no idea about post-cycle therapy. Thanks for the donation, though, to you.
Blueprint Nutrition makes you feel amazing.
For all the people out there looking to make a change, this is for you. We've done Blueprint for 90 days. It's changed our lives in all kinds of ways. Now we're eating all the veggies like it's our job. Doing weights at the gym every day, right, Bob?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Check it.
Yeah, check it.
Here's some things you ought to know. The food prep takes a ton of hours, but eating natural things gonna give you some powers. Pumping iron each day's gonna make you kinda sore, but a strong, stretchy body is something to explore. And at nighttime, that means it's time to sleep. Get in that bed and give your body relief. And with all of this, at the end of the day, it helps to have a buddy to guide the way. Ayy, going, it's never too late. We've got your back. Keep going, baby. Keep.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
Let's get this stream started off right with a vegan song.
Alright. Let's do it, I suppose. Could actually... Yeah, let's do it. Why don't they let you fucking change the volume? Weird. Why are animals so abused? Used as jackets, bracelets, and shoes. Cosmetics and food, and caged up in zoos. I think it should be done to you. Kill furriers, rip off their heads, grate their skin, eat their flesh. Break into a scientist's lab. Vivisect the fucker, stab him to death. Slaughter your children like you slaughter veal. I show no pity because it's just a meal to me. I'm smarter so it's justified. Follow your logic and kill your whole family. Make them drink Drano, Lysol, and gas. Then shove electrodes right up their ass, eat melatonin. You made your bed, now sleep in it. Your ethics and morals fucked up and stupid. No value for life unless it's human. Club you like you club seals. Lured and beaten, see how it feels. Your body stuffed, a trophy for all. Drink beer and laugh with your head on my wall. Okay, I couldn't follow the last few verses, but hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Fohammer. Appreciate it.
I know, right? I usually wouldn't do anything greater than a 20 to 25% calorie deficit, but I've let myself get over 50 to 60 plus pounds and I've got to start taking responsibility for my actions again. My ideal body weight is 160 to 180 pounds and I'm around 270 to 280 pounds.
Well, if you got a lot of weight to lose, it is possible to lose a lot of weight very quickly. So maybe for the first, 8 to 12 weeks, you can aim for that level of fat loss and then slow things down once you get closer to your goal weight.
How are you feeling? Are you cold and also tired?
I'm not feeling great in general. Depression's been pretty bad today and the last few days. I am a little cold and I am tired. It's one of the reasons why I'm drinking an energy drink. But thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it. And thanks, Ben.
No.
What were we watching before? Space Ice.
Seagal gets his voice back and immediately tops it.
Here's to what might could be a real good team.
Go f yourself while he's still riding high, knowing that dumb shit is gonna catch on like wildfire.
What might could be.
He gets even more good news.
You can always kill us, sir.
He knows that, and he will, but it still feels good to hear it.
Yeah, we were thinking of going to a titty bar.
That's unheard of in a Seagal movie, but just this once, he'll allow it.
Yeah!
While there, they decide to order prostitutes, but it's a Seagal movie, which means no budget, so they all have to split one.
That girl.
Meanwhile, this lady, who was born when Seagal was already in his 30s, walks by and tries not to make eye contact. Shit! She's only human, so what comes next is inevitable. When she's done self-destructing because of daddy issues, Seagal's body double handles the stare situation, and oh shit! This is bad. He had been looking forward to killing them all night.
You can always kill us, sir.
I'm thinking about that already.
This is total bullshit. But if Seagal's one thing, it's a liar.
That's right, baby.
But if he's two things, it's a liar and a narcissist.
That's right.
But if he's three things, it's a liar, a narcissist, and an embarrassment. But at some point, he's a professional and takes extra care not to disturb the crime scene. Oh my god, get out of the way, you dead piece of shit. Being dead weight in a Seagal movie is Seagal's job, so now he's pissed.
No, not really.
But he's still slightly annoyed.
What has made you so depressed these past few days? Any new Frank vids?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Frank is still banned off of YouTube. Let me see. Oh, he just got back on, so there are some new Frank vids. Alright, lucky us. We'll take a look at those Frank vids next. There's no particular reason for why I'm depressed, dude. It's like idiopathic. It might be partially related to the bad weather and stuff, but the depression and mental health has just been really fucking bad lately. I don't know how to really cope with it the best way, and I'm just waiting for my appointment with a psychiatrist to see if they can do anything. Thanks for the donation though, James.
So he tells the police he doesn't care that this is France, the one that's in Europe.
They're under my jurisdiction.
They're in the US Navy, so get fucked.
Dwayne, find that titty bar.
Everything about that was weird as shit, and shift change can't come fast enough. Now that Seagal's running the show, he checks on the autopsy that I'm pretty sure is being performed by an OBGYN.
What do you got?
Massive physical trauma.
That's shocking and a major breakthrough. With the bombshell news that they didn't all die of heart attacks, he's ready to crack the case.
What now? I don't know, man.
Never mind, he gives up and the movie just kinda forgets about it. Now he tries entering this military facility and they're being total dicks.
ID, please. This is a restricted area.
Seagal tells him he's gonna have his ass for this, but he's not having any of it.
I need you to vacate the facility.
Oh my god, he is so gonna regret that.
Did Promise to tell you why they revoked your clearance?
Something about the Navy.
Is there a good high-protein vegan alternative to cottage cheese that has a similar taste profile? I've been supplementing with pea protein in a smoothie, soy milk, protein, 1 to 2 banana for smoothness, frozen fruit, sick of the sweetness every day.
I don't think there is vegan cottage cheese that has similar macros. Like, if you want to have something that's high protein and put it in a smoothie or something, I would just like make a smoothie with tofu. So you can mix tofu into a smoothie and have it still taste good. Tofu doesn't have much of a taste, so if you add in like bananas, chocolate, peanut butter, stuff like that, you won't really taste the tofu. Thanks for the donation though, Tio. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
I pissed and shitted in Gabby's litter box to assert dominance. Was this vegan? Are these big hoes natty LLLLLLLLL love a fat freaky deaky plumper and spunker LLLLSSBBW for all? Have you tried the Final Fantasy remake? It's really good and the second part is coming out February. It's not like the original back and forth turn fighting style, it's more realistic.
I have tried the Final Fantasy VII Remake, fucking hated it. I thought it was boring as shit and the combat was terrible. I would say this person's probably natty. Thanks for that donation though, Alan. And let me see. I would say she is also probably natty. She just eats a lot. Thanks for the donation, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Muhammad's Boom Boom Room, where all of my guests either agree with me completely or they go boom. I am your host, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon me. And with me now is a kickboxer, a webcam pimp, the founder of Hustlers University, and the savior of Al-Islam. He is Andrew Tate. Andrew, so nice of you to join me.
Thank you for having me, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon you. And may I just say, I am loving.
When is the psychiatry appointment? He might tell you to do light therapy and or psychotherapy. Also you need to tell him you are taking nicotine and caffeine as a cope before he gives you new meds. Why did you take 16 milligrams the other day? Are you addicted?
No, I'm not addicted. I was just not really paying attention to how much I was taking, and I was getting, just bad feelings of depression and anxiety, and I was hoping the nicotine would kind of make me feel better, so then I just ended up taking too much. The appointment's in February.
I've already started with fireworks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the appointment's in February, so I still have to wait like another month. And, I am doing psychotherapy. I don't think it's really helping or doing anything. I think I just need meds, dude. Like some sort of medication.
Well, you need to be properly diagnosed because there's something more going on than depression.
Yeah, probably.
Like, you might be fine once you're on like medication for bipolar or whatever.
Hey, Jasmine. Can you pick up Prismo and give me him?
Sure.
Give me my Prismo. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's high sodium cum. Bring me my Prim Prim. Quick, Jasmine. Before he waddles away. No, he's getting away.
Your religion. I get to do whatever I want and say whatever I want, and no one ever holds me accountable for anything.
Well, that's because you're a famous male convert. If you were female, my followers would be harassing you and threatening you constantly to keep you in line.
As they should. And that's really one of the two main purposes of a good religion, keeping women under our complete control. The other is brutally murdering anyone who makes fun of the religion.
Alhamdulillah! A man after my own heart! What an amazing revert! I'm so happy that you see the beauty in slaughtering anyone who makes fun of me. Peace be upon me.
I keep telling people that if they make fun of you, they're dead.
I can walk through London with a t-shirt saying Jesus is gay and nothing will happen to me. If I did the same thing with the Islamic prophet, I'd be dead before I got to the end of the street.
Boom. That's why no one makes fun of you.
No one dares! Peace be upon me.
They're all too scared.
So true! Can you even imagine someone mocking me in a video?
Or mocking me, the Tater, now that I'm a Muslim.
It will never happen!
Not in a million years.
Infidels are cowards. Now, back to my all-time most favorite revert. You were born in the U.S., but raised in the U.K.?
I'm actually Native American.
Native American? Really?
Yeah, I'm from the Slapaho tribe.
I see what you did there. Because you're... Well, where I come from, we're all from that tribe. It's why Aisha always remembered the time I had to hit her in the chest.
I'm sure she deserved it.
Peace be upon me. She did. She was spying on me. She's lucky I didn't beat her until her skin turned green.
Is that halal?
Is it halal? Is ISIS Islamic?
You know what I say.
ISIS are the real Muslims because ISIS do exactly what the book says. Kill everyone who's not a Muslim and chop people's heads off and set them on fire.
In other words, yes.
My prepubescent...
It's pretty funny how, like, his whole stance on Islam really flipped, because Tate used to have a pretty base take. He was like, yeah, Islam's fucked. Like, these people are crazy whack jobs who, like, kill non-believers. Now he's, like, fucking talking about it being peaceful and shit. I don't know why he decided to join the religion, or claim he joined the religion. I have no, like, maybe it's because he wanted to travel, and that's it. He just wanted to, like, go to places like Dubai, and it's all, you know, some bullshit cope, just because he wants to travel to some Muslim majority countries.
Child bride Aisha once brought me a woman whose husband beat her until her skin turned greener than her clothes. That's when my adorable little punching bag, Aisha, said that she hadn't seen any woman ever being treated as horribly as Muslim women were being treated by their husbands. Alhamdulillah.
Wow. So according to Aisha herself, Muslim women were treated worse than pagan women. See, this is...
Will Jasmine also be at the appointment? Have you researched plants and depression? Have you researched veganism and depression?
So, yes, like, there is evidence that high antioxidant foods help with depression. I eat a lot of blueberries, a lot of sweet potatoes, broccoli, and I'm still depressed. So I'm sure it helps to some degree, but, you know, there's these different things like, you know, a high antioxidant diet, exercise, medication. They can only do so much, and usually you want to do multiple forms of treatment at the same time. But I really genuinely need to be medicated. I don't see how I could really get through life without medication.
Can we react to this full interview from an Israeli hostage held in Gaza by Hamas? Apparently, this video on it keeps getting taken down every time a user posts it. Even Dr. Ravi's posting got taken down, lol.
Whoa, why in the fuck is Instagram taking down these posts? That's crazy. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Sure, we can watch that. And Jasmine can listen in on the appointment. It's remote, so it's just going to be like a Zoom call, basically. Thanks for that donation, James. Just make sure this is legit. Okay, so this is real.
אנשים שחיים בעזה, מי הם, באמת, ועל מה שעבר.
I can't imagine what it must have been like to have suicidal ideations at the age of 6. Must have been horrible. I didn't really start to have any intense anxiety or depression until I was about 13.
Yeah, it always sucks. So, you know. It's all a matter of coping. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh.
The only people I know at uni that are into Tate are Muslim, or at least from me. People from Arabia in the West are super into the type of posturing that Tate does. Muslims also seem to patron heavily those who are Muslim. This would explain it.
Just a drink now. Do you want a drink yourself?
Huh?
Do you want something to drink?
Well, I've got an energy drink here. Can you give me Prismo? It's right there.
Let me just see what he's doing. I don't know if he wants to go drink.
Okay. Tate has a massive amount of fans that aren't just Muslim. I don't know how Tate is perceived by most Muslims. I know anybody who claims to be Muslim gets like taken in by the cult, and anything like shitty they do, Muslims will try to defend, especially if you're a male. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's viewed relatively well by the Muslim community, but yeah, it's more than just Muslims who like Tate.
You better give him some cuddles.
Yes, I'm gonna give this big kitty some cuddles. Come here, Prim Prim. No, I need to hug you. Don't go. Just want to hug my kitty. Love you so much, Prim Prim. You're my sweet boy. You're so handsome. You're so big and strong. You smell like pellets. You were eating, weren't you? My sweet little kitty. Love Prim Prim so much.
Do you feel more comfortable with a remote consult instead of in person?
Well, I chose the remote consult because the guy's office is in Toronto, so it would be like an hour 20-minute, hour 30-minute drive, and it's in the cold. And unless Jasmine were to come with me, I'd have to take my motorcycle, so I figured it would just be less of a hassle if I did it remotely. But I would prefer to do it in person, but just because it's so much of a hassle, I just decided to do it remotely. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Still, you need to tell him about the nicotine and caffeine cause that might interfere with the new meds. Also, he might prescribe you exposure to bright artificial light that mimics natural sunlight. It can be an effective treatment for seasonal depression.
Well, that is possible. I've looked into it. There's some research supporting it, but like literally the light that I use for my studio here, it's daylight balanced. So I don't know if it's the same thing, but it is technically the same type of light that you would get from the sun, aside from the UV. So I don't know if I'm already doing it technically because of the studio light I use. Yeah, I might try doing that. But thanks for the donation to Richard's high sodium cum, and I'll be sure to mention the nicotine and caffeine.
You wanna get rid of your depression? Busy your face in Jasmine's pink taco. Give her in the ole.
Thank you for that, Rufus. Good advice. Appreciate the donation.
Thoughts on Cole Hastings?
With
Also,
each new chapter
care
of
to
our life.
review the advice in this video?
What to do if you have no real friends and lost faith in humanity? I am not familiar with Cole Hastings. Is he the vegan guy that somebody told me about before? Yeah, I'm not familiar with Cole Hastings. We can maybe look at this video later. Thanks for the donation, Cum.
My point is that Tate converting to Islam increases patronage from rich Arabians in the West who are already into him while doing very little to alienate non-Muslim fan base. Most people into Tate are not traditionally religious other than Muslims.
I don't know how much money he's really getting from Muslims by claiming he's Muslim. I really don't know why, again, he did the whole Muslim thing. The only thing that makes sense to me is he claimed to be Muslim so that he could travel to Muslim majority countries like UAE, go to Dubai, without getting like arrested or anything like that, because they do have blasphemy laws there. So Tate saying a lot of shit about how Islam is violent and the followers are crazy and delusional, that could have gotten him arrested if he traveled to Dubai. So this might all be just some stupid thing he made up so that he could
Cringy LGBT supporters versus spaced Catholic chads.
Let me take a look.
You're saying everything anybody less
TFP Student Action is at the University of Notre Dame this evening, joining the protest of hundreds of students, both online and in person, against a drag queen performance being held on campus.
I don't know, my heart was just really moved. As Catholics, we're not called to remain silent. Obviously, we're called to love all persons, but love doesn't mean sniveling on the sidelines. Love means doing something about it. And so I just felt called to ask my classmates and see if anybody wanted to come.
Dude, these people are fucking losers.
God bless, they were willing to come with me.
On the campus of Notre Dame, very cowardly and very weakly chose to allow this perversion of drag shows to happen on campus in the middle of a keynote address on personhood.
Can you explain how it offends Our Lady? I just want to understand the reasoning behind it. Or are you just holding a poster to hold a poster? Just curious. How does it offend Our Lady? Like, tell me, like, explain that to me first, and then I'll maybe understand.
Because you're mocking women by it.
How are we mocking women, though?
Because the show is a bunch of men pretending to be women and dressing up.
I believe the Giants practice veganism.
Jains don't technically practice veganism. They still eat, like, dairy. I think they might eat eggs as well. So Jainism should practice veganism. Same with Sikhs. There's a lot of similarities between Sikhism and Jainism, but yeah, a lot of them aren't actually vegan. They still consume things like dairy. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
I'm so glad that you men decided to make a decision for women.
We have men in there pretending.
And there's women in there too, just doing what they like to do. Because drag isn't about the gender, it's about people expressing themselves.
Well, whatever. Catholics are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Negro.
Me for attention.
Bring me my prim prim.
I'm holding this one though.
Give me that one. Hey, little kitty. Wow, you're so beautiful. You're such a beautiful kitty. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You are the cutest little kitty. I love you so much. Look at this cat. Look how beautiful she is. That's a beautiful kitty. So beautiful.
What's your opinion on the Israeli government releasing generated images of dead Israelis that have been proven to be the product of GANs? Plus you will listen to this crisis actor, not saying people didn't die but these are propaganda efforts, no cap bro.
That sounds like retarded horseshit. Israeli government...
Why didn't Santa get me a big titty goth girl for Christmas?
Rolling Stone. AI has made the Israeli-Hamas misinformation epidemic much worse. AI generated images running rampant. Among the flood are ham-handed attempts at agitative propaganda, hate-fueled memes targeting Jewish people. I don't see anything... Let's see... Israel falsely accused of sharing fake images of Hamas atrocities using AI. On October 12th, government of Israel shared on X, formerly known as Twitter, photos of infant victims murdered by Hamas. Many anti-Israeli users claim these photos are fake. Apparently, they're not fake. So... Fact check, AI fakes in Israel's war against Hamas, real or fake, images generated by artificial intelligence. So, these AI images don't seem to be put out by Israel. Israel has not made AI generated images. Anti-Israel agitator Jackson Hinkle presents alleged proof on X that the photo is an AI fake. As alleged proof, Hinkle attached a screenshot of the AI detector, AI or not, to this post, which classified the image as AI generated. So there was literally no evidence of this. They just used an AI detector, which is itself an AI, and was wrong. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation to you. Ben Boy donated $3. Why didn't Santa give me a big titty goth girl for Christmas? Well, I don't think Santa makes those in his workshop. Thanks for the donation.
Are you still doing meditation sessions? Do you feel like you have PTSD? There is research showing that yoga does help vets suffering from PTSD. Uncle Sam now covers yoga sessions.
I am still doing my meditation each day, about 10-15 minutes. I don't think I have PTSD. I don't think I have any symptoms of PTSD. So, yeah, pretty sure I don't have that. I'll see what the psychiatrist thinks. I'll just mention, like, all the feelings I've been having, and just see what he has to say. I'll make sure Jasmine can listen in on the session. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
Hi, Richard. Sometimes when I'm watching you, I think about you unzipping my pants and wrapping your lips around my cock. I'm not gay, but I hope we can meet up sometime so we can fuck and then go to Niagara Falls. I live in Scarborough, so not far from you.
Well, yeah, that sounds like fun. Totally not gay at all. Thanks for the donation, poop on Richard's cock.
AI detectors are the opposition force in a generative adversarial network, assigning a score to a generated image based on probability being real. Detectors are much more accurate than the generative side. This is my research area for a PhD.
Okay, well that's interesting. Using a random AI generator, or not an AI generator, AI detector, when Ben Shapiro shares a photo of a burnt infant that was killed by Hamas, and the AI detector saying it's probably AI, like that's just not good enough evidence for me to suggest Israel's putting out fake AI-generated images. Thanks for that. That is insane. How in the fuck did she not lose her arm? That is crazy.
I ran the image through a localized model that was trained with millions of images and is continuously trained. The score of the Shapiro image was closer to being real than anything I could make locally, but not outside the realm for DAL 3.
Okay, I don't know what DAL 3 is, but anyway, somebody made a claim that Israel's releasing AI-generated images to promote propaganda. They're clearly not, unless you can provide like actual evidence that they're doing that. That claim's just bullshit. Thanks for the donation though, Tio.
בית של אחד המחבלים שהייתי ברכב. סגורה.
Do you think some of these donos' sexually tinged comments about what they want to do to you might be contributing to your depression?
I don't think they are. I find them amusing, so I don't think they're contributing to the depression. Thanks for the donation, though.
I haven't come across any studies that demonstrate an association between caffeine consumption and stunted growth among adolescents in the medical literature. My wife is wondering if are aware of any studies that demonstrate stunted growth in children.
No. So yeah, I'm not aware of any that suggest caffeine stunts growth. I don't know where that whole thing came from. What will stunt growth is a lack of calories, like if you eat in a caloric deficit or not enough food, that will stunt your growth. And also a very low protein diet, that will also stunt your growth.
I was thinking, on an unconscious level, these sexually tinged donor comments might be contributing to your depression. You could say that you will bounce any donor comments that are too explicit.
I don't mind people, leaving funny comments, talking about poop on my dick or something. It doesn't bother me, so I don't think it's contributing to my depression at all. I just think it's funny. I'd rather people give me those sorts of donations because it kind of cheers me up. Thanks for the donation, though, James. And thanks for the donation, got you. But yeah, I've not seen any evidence that caffeine stunts growth. Thanks for the donation, man.
Maybe I should get my muscle woman harem to set up a channel and allow the degenerates to have fun imagining certain things, still feeling depressed?
I'm feeling a lot better right now, since I started the stream. Still depressed, but a lot better. Streaming and talking and watching videos is helping get my mind off things. But yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, James. You know we all love muscle mommies. Thanks for that donation, dude. Mai, what are you doing? Mai. Come here. Do you want a hug? Come here. Yes. Here's my big dog. There's my big dog. Big fuzzy guy. My big fuzzy. Mai really likes cuddling with me in bed. Yeah, you always love some cuddles, don't you? She's a big fuzzy and she likes cuddles. Yeah. You're a good dog, you know that? You're good. My goodness. You're a good big fuzzy guy. Mm. Gig says I am Gig. I think we're all well aware by now. Thanks, Gig. Yeah, you're good. Oh, what are the kitties doing? Hmm? What are those kitties doing? Hmm? It's a good dog. Yeah, that's a good dog. Mai has the softest ears ever. Her ears feel fucking amazing. I love Jasmine and BMO. Vegan Gains lives with some beautiful ladies, and I'm jealous. Happy New Year, cunts. Well, thank you, Mangoes. Oh my god, you are so silly. You're such a silly dog. Yes. Yeah, you're so silly. I love you, Mai. You're silly. Silly, silly, silly. You're a good dog. Okay. Why don't you scoot?
And I am here as your quiet port in the storm. What breed is my? I think it is time for our favorite bisexual twink Frank Tufano.
I want to finish this video first, and then we'll watch Frank Tufano. And Mai is a Norwegian elkhound. Yeah, she really likes the snow. She literally never gets cold. But thanks for the donation, James. Okay, why don't you scoot? Can you scoot? Yeah, good dog. Shit from a butt donated $2. Can you react to this garbage, please? Let me see.
I could probably take your girl if I wanted to. Here's why. Every now and then I do these loyalty tests on Instagram, and time again a girl is willing to.
Yeah, so I've seen these loyalty test videos that he does. There's obviously selection bias here. So basically, men from his audience will give him a link to their girlfriend's Instagram. He'll message them and see if their girlfriends are willing to cheat. And he has this idea that, oh, because I'm so attractive and I have so much clout on social media, like every girl's willing to cheat on their boyfriends. Well, the only men who are going to do this are men who are suspicious that their girlfriends aren't faithful. So with that sort of audience in mind, you're going to see way, way more women being willing to cheat because they're untrustworthy to begin with.
Throw away her whole relationship just to go out on a date with me. And honestly, I don't blame them. I am quite literally a complete package of a man. And do you know what women want? Women want the best option and the best man that they can possibly
That's literally everybody, not just men, not just women, that's also men.
So whenever a woman is sitting at home with her average Joe Schmo boyfriend and somebody she's actually attracted to DMs her or shows her attention, what else is she gonna do? So in order for you to keep your girlfriend or even future girlfriend from guys like me, then you need to level up. You really need to focus on becoming the best man you can be by increasing your overall sexual market value. And it's not.
Yeah, this guy is insecure as fuck. The whole reason somebody's dating you is because of you, not because you're better by some arbitrary standard like you make more money or something.
Not an easy process. However, through time, if you actually focus and work on it day in, day out, I promise you, one day.
Yeah, he's just fucking delusional.
If you like cheese, I've got good news for you. I recently came across a randomized controlled trial in which 10 people were
Fucks of dairy, inflammation. So I'd probably have to read this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're just swapping out certain forms of dietary fat for cheese.
followed for 10 weeks eating 200 grams of cheese a week. That's this amount of cheese. But the reason
Well, it seems to be a certain type of cheese. 10 subjects, the median age 51. Followed for 10 weeks, diet containing 200 grams per week of cheese. 200 grams of cheese is not that much. For the same period, a diet containing commercially available cheese of the same quantity. Consumption of the dairy product naturally rich in cis-9 trans 11 CLA determined a significant reduction in inflammatory parameters such as Okay. So apparently a certain type of fat found in this cheese has anti-inflammatory benefits.
found was a
This is a certain type of cheese.
statistically significant reduction in inflammatory markers across the board.
So he's misrepresenting the study. They actually gave a special type of cheese, and the placebo group received a normal commercially available cheese. The people with the normal cheese didn't see any reduction in inflammatory markers. The people with the special cheese saw a reduction in inflammatory markers.
Interesting here is they used a raw sheep's cheese known as pecorino cheese, high in conjugated linoleic acid. Now that's different than linoleic acid in seed oils that I talk about a lot. Furthermore,
Seed oils are not inflammatory. Show us the data indicating that seed oils are inflammatory, dumbass.
there have been randomized controlled trials with conjugated linoleic acid-rich butter showing similar reductions in inflammatory markers, and a 2021 meta-analysis showed a significant and consistent reduction in cardiovascular disease.
Meta-analysis did higher levels of something associated with lower CVD risk. So, no shit. If people are eating less saturated fat and they're getting fat from other sources, you'd see a reduction in CVD risk.
In those people eating the most dairy, cheese is a health
No, it's not the most dairy. It's certain types of fat, dumbass.
food, especially raw sheep's cheese. Butter is a health food.
Butter is not a health food. That is not what they fucking found in any of that research, dummy.
Not fear dairy, especially if it is good quality raw dairy. This has been consistently associated with decreased inflammation and improved markers of cardiovascular.
This guy is an absolute fucking menace. Like, everything he fucking says is just horseshit.
Broccoli is bullshit. You guys have heard me say it before, but I'm going to keep saying it because you need to hear it. Broccoli is part of the Brassica family of plants. This family of plants contains compounds like isothiocyanate, which prevent the absorption of iodine in your thyroid, which leads to lower levels of thyroid hormones, low energy, weight gain, fatigue.
Broccoli causes weight gain. Can you show me a randomized trial where broccoli triggered weight gain?
Malaise. Broccoli is also a common cause of gas, bloating, GI issues. You know this. You know that you are eating broccoli and you are farting afterwards. I know what's...
No. I've never had farts from eating broccoli. I've had farts from eating plenty of foods, but not broccoli in particular.
happening to you. I am giving you permission to stop eating broccoli.
So broccoli is bad for you because you might fart after eating broccoli. Right, okay, got it.
You don't need this in your life. Get the nutrients you need from meat and organs, the less toxic plant foods, which are fruits. You don't need to feel guilty about not eating broccoli.
Broccoli is toxic. Can literally provide no evidence that broccoli is toxic.
It's not good for you, and...
Yeah, broccoli is bad for you because you fart after you eat broccoli. What a genius. Thanks for the donation, shit from a butt.
Enough of this small talk, Richard. I want to suck and fuck you. How much money to fuck that big black ass and suck on that big black cock? Also, I can't get it up, but maybe I can try taking a rhino pill. Would you like me to send in a train video?
Sure. And how about 50 PayPal buck? Thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
Was that special cheese vegan?
It was not. Apparently it was some sort of goat cheese. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Debunk this carnest nonsense. Plague buildup in arteries is caused by inflammation in the artery, and the body responds by building up plagues to repair the damage. I have seen this argument, and they deny that dietary cholesterol causes atherosclerosis.
So you can look at inflammatory markers and how they relate to cardiovascular disease risk. Inflammation at best plays a weak role in cardiovascular disease risk. So you can look at you can look at like homocysteine levels. You can look at other inflammatory markers. Like C-reactive protein. At best, they have a weak correlation with heart disease risk. So, no. The idea that inflammation is part of the atherogenic pathway is debunked. Again, it's a weak correlation at best. The strongest correlation with atherosclerosis is with ApoB. So ApoB is the end-all be-all really to heart disease risk. If you have low cholesterol, ApoB in particular, that's like the total particle count, you're going to have low heart disease risk. Inflammation plays a weak role at best. So thanks for the donation, Tio. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
I was told that the only reason Palestine's population increases because they don't have any birth control or contraceptive programs. Its population growth is considered to be unstable and shouldn't have been that many civilians to begin with. Thoughts?
Wouldn't surprise me necessarily. Here's the thing though, like, birth control has always existed. Like since humans have existed. So if you look at literally ancient times, people knew that semen has baby making ingredients in it. So people would use the pull-out method. They'd have butt sex, oral sex. They would use spermicides, so they'd use very basic spermicides, like literally vinegar. And they'd put sponges up their vaginas with soaked in vinegar to prevent sperm from like going to the baby making areas in the fucking vagina. So if they had an interest in preventing births, they would do that. Like, yeah, access to contraceptives, they do have, like, they do clearly play a role in family planning. But if these people actually had an interest in birth control and family planning, you wouldn't see them have so many children. Again, people can get by sucking each other off, butt fucking, pulling out, jacking off on each other's face, stuff like that. So I think it's more of a cultural thing where, because they're Muslim and stuff, they like having big families, and that's why you see so many children getting born there. It's not really because of lack of access to contraceptives. Thanks for the donation though, Will Mage.
I actually gained 16 pounds after eating broccoli. I went to the scale and weighed myself with Maui in my arms. It was shocking.
I don't know if that was from the broccoli. Maybe it's because you were holding the cat. Holding a cat will make the scale go up. So maybe try again without holding the cat. Thanks for the donation, V, then, though.
I am so popular that donos like to my name as a handle.
Yes, you are quite popular here, Sam. Hope you can handle the fame. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bootycum donated $2, says based.
Do you think Islam is at war with the West? I think Islam hates us. There's something there that there's a tremendous hatred there. There's a tremendous hatred. We have to get to the bottom of it. There is an unbelievable hatred of us.
In Islam itself?
You're going to have to figure that out.
Yes.
Okay? You'll get another Pulitzer, right? But you're going to have to figure that out. But there is a tremendous hatred. And we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful. And we can't allow people coming into this country who have this hatred of the United States.
I guess the question is...
And of people that are not Muslim.
I guess the question is there a war between the West and radical Islam, or is there a war between the West and Islam
It's
itself?
radical, but it's...
So it is so pervasive in Islam, like these ideas of Sharia law. I think it's fair to say it's not just radical Islam. Islam itself is at odds with Western values. Like, even back when I was going to school, you know, like 15 years ago, I had kids in my high school that were supporting the Taliban. They were refugees from Afghanistan, and I was talking to them. They supported Sharia law. They supported the Taliban, and they said women shouldn't be allowed to go to school. Like, these are people that they're letting into the fucking country. So Trump is probably based in one of the rare fucking scenarios that he's actually based, that, yeah, there is a problem with Islam, and we need to fucking look at who we're letting into the fucking country from these Islamic cultures. Like, Pierce Morgan just had an NHS doctor on his program that supported fucking Sharia law. Like, people like that should not be allowed into the fucking country.
It's very hard to define. It's very hard to separate because you don't know who's who.
So, yeah, I would say based. Thanks for that. Dude, why the fuck is Instagram deleting this post about this news story? That is crazy. Like, there's nothing even particularly graphic about her story. It's not like she was gang raped or anything. She was shot in the arm, but, like, that's nuts. There has to be like anti-Semitism among Instagram moderators where they don't want any stories coming out supporting Israel.
Here you go, big guy. Serious reviews only. Plaza no needs to sing along.
All right, let me see. The guitar riffs are nice. Beats alright. The vocals are kind of weird.
Looks like she is wearing a compression sleeve on her right arm. What is your weight now?
My weight right now is around 250. I'm about 250, 255. And yeah, she probably has to wear that compression sleeve to help with blood circulation because she got shot in the arm and her arm was almost amputated. Thanks for the donation though, Sam, or James. Yeah, I really don't understand how this is your favorite song. This sounds like a lot of other, like, melodic metal tracks that I've heard before. And the vocals are just awkward. So, it's okay. It's not one of the worst songs I've ever heard, but it just sounds pretty generic and you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Tia. She's really pretty.
Really?
I love her big nose, dude. Jewish, like, Israeli women just have the... That is a crazy story, dude.
Don't skip my dono, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not gonna skip your dono, okay? Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I got a question from a young man who wants...
I keep fapping, thinking about my classmate. Oh god, this is gonna be great. Give me 1 second. Oh.
Review song.
Okay, give me a moment. Oh.
That is one big schnaz.
Yeah, I know, right? Dude. Big noses are just so fucking sexy. I can't... Like, I don't know why big noses are seen as a bad thing. I think big noses just look so fucking hot on women. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
If you were to guess how much gear Sam Sulek was on, what would his stack be?
If I had to guess, I would say he's probably on, like, 2 grams, maybe more per week. That would be my guess. And as far as stack goes, maybe like 500 milligram test base, maybe as high as 1,000, probably, like some other compounds like Winstrol, yeah, like either oral or injectable Winstrol, and then like maybe occasionally does like trend cycles or something. That'd be my guess. Something like that. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. My mom bought me these like weird slipper socks, so I'm gonna put these on right now because my feet are cold. Oh. Yeah, these are nice.
Smoking weed? True indeed. Sick MCs? Presented by Tech and Knees. Check it out. Ain't nobody bustin' like a nigga with a gun up in the middle with a West. I be the killer with a tech and I'm a villain with a vest. I got a feeling with effects, then I get it out the way. So I can say what I wanna say. Right over the track singing like the father of Nona Gay. Let's get it on, they love it when tech spit a song way rugged and check niggas on their grudges, then death shit it on they buzzes. That was just the intros for the family with sensos, but the Gandhis with the fem flows can't stand me like 10 toes. Scarier when the clown buries a nigga down to the ground, but the crown carrier get the hound at the mound and it bound marry them all together is how we breaking the sound barrier. I'm three-dimensional, we invincible. You're singing a movie, you never see the principle. My seed is meant to go rapid. I am the classical rap shit on acid. Bastards, hurl bars. Never will niggas be able to give me the trash it. Jacket, world star. How in the fuck am I ripping and reaching the masses? Asses, faggots, too many backsplashes, then I whack.
Give the song 0 out of 10 because he said the F word.
Moment I am laying this the day before my 2.0 tour starts. Ain't back shit yet. This how you taint rap hits best. Taking in, I ain't plastic, my bank's drastic. You can't match his checks. Thought I go in the flow, and I'm born to go. Got your horn to dough, taking your chick, cause a nigga been up on the Forbes list now 4 in a row.
Not my type of music. I'm not really into gangster rap. It is impressive how fast he can talk. And other than that, yeah, I think it like kind of sucks. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm gay.
Wanted my help. And the title is, I keep fapping thinking about my classmates. I have a classmate,
Sam Sulek is no natty. Heard he now weighs 115 kilograms. And I am ready for the Frank show.
Alright, how about we watch this Hamza vid after we watch a Frank Tufano vid. Let's do that, since James has been waiting patiently. Thanks for the donation, James. And yeah, Sam is definitely not natty, for sure. Let me see what he's doing right now. Oh my god, my fucking keyboard, dude. Oh, dude. This is the shit. And it's plugged in!
Do you think that Sam Sulek is abusing insulin? I have never seen him in a video not have food around, which is necessary to avoid going into hypoglycemia. I think that he will fucking die before Rich Piana. I think he has been on the hardcore shit longer.
I think Rich Piana started doing steroids right around the same time Sam did. Given the quality of his skin and the amount of acne and shit you see him have, he may be abusing more steroids than Rich did. He may be. I don't know if Sam Sulek is taking insulin, especially if he's taking human growth hormone. It would make sense if he's taking insulin. I'm not sure, though. I don't know exactly what his stack is. Yeah, he's looking pretty swole. Wonder how big I could get if I started taking gear. I can pretty much guarantee you if I was on the same shit Sam was, I'd be, like, at least his size. Like, I'm a fair bit taller and everything, too, so I'd look pretty fucking large.
Sounds reasonable to me. Plus Sam looks bloated.
Yeah, like, for how lean he is, I'm kind of surprised how big his face is, but usually dudes who have that much muscle mass, even if they're natural, they have kind of a large face. And steroids do make you look bloated. They do cause water retention and shit. Thanks for the donation, James. Dr. Pooh donated $2.23. Hide the boner from Jasmine that you'll get from this woman's nose. Holy fuck.
Ayo, nose job check.
Girl, you know just how to get my attention. A lot of bullshit from the
Jesus.
past I can mention. Come fuck me, you know.
Oh my god, that is a crazy beat.
Like tension. You ain't really fuck with me way back then, but how about now? Cause I'm up right.
Damn. That is quite a nose. I think, it's not my favorite nose, though, just because of the way it's shaped, but that's quite a nose. I wouldn't mind fucking around with that nose. Thanks for the donation, Dr. Pooh.
She is a half Jessica. So a Jessica means a girl who's kind of like a Jeffrey. Jeffrey is like a guy who's not on self-improvement and he's just doing all the bad habits. So basically he's has a classmate who's basically kind of like a loser. Like she might be kind of attractive, but she does basically only bad habits. She probably eats like potato chips and watches Netflix, and she doesn't even brush like the back of her tongue, so her breath kind of smells. She doesn't.
So apparently you're a loser if you watch Netflix and eat potato chips, you know, like a person would.
She can't even do one push-up or pull-up or anything because she doesn't go to the gym. She sends me clear signs that she's attracted to me. She often touches me. It's my weakness. I don't want to get with her, but
I'm sorry. This guy's fapping to this girl every day.
How much of Sam do you think is excess fluid weight?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was close to around 15-ish pounds. maybe as much as like 20. Because again, steroids do make you store excess water weight, so I would expect it to be like minimum 10 pounds, and maybe as much as 20. Thanks for the donation though, James. This guy is attracted to this girl. Oh wait, we're gonna watch fucking Frank. Never mind. We'll get back to that in a bit. Healthy grocery haul.
What's up? How are you guys today? I'm going to show you...
Oh my god, dude. His eyes still look fucking retarded.
every single thing I've been eating for basically the past few years on my new diet now. This is kind of like a grocery haul, but not really, because we have everything on Frankie's Free Range Meat and Frankie's Free Range Food. So the only thing I had to get at the grocery store was these apples. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is what I've been eating to detox my liver, kind of recover from...
There's no such thing as detoxing your liver.
From taking Accutane as well as the carnivore diet, making things worse. And after all my research, after all my experimenting, this is what I found to be...
He doesn't do research, he just looks up forums on Reddit.
Delicious, sustainable, and slowly feeling better. It does not include my supplement routine, which I might do in another video. But again, guys, this is literally every single thing I've been putting in my body for the most part, especially considering I left New York, so we're not dealing with any sewer rat ladies. We'll get into that.
Yes, the old, remember guys, I'm not gay. I find women attractive.
Another time. So you guys have seen a lot of this in my day of eatings. We did the food pyramid video, which you guys should definitely watch, but this is like a more hands-on, literal, me showing you guys, okay, this is what you should actually be eating. So if you combine my food pyramid video with this, it'll basically give you an excellent idea of what you should be doing. We also don't have the water kefir and water kefir grains here, which arguably can be a supplement, can be considered part of the diet, but we have a lot of videos on water kefir grains, the importance of probiotics. I don't know if you guys can see it in frame here. I actually have my water kefir on the counter there, and we also have some bread here, but we'll touch on that later. So, starting with breakfast, I've had a few different carbohydrates, and breakfast probably has the most variety compared to the other meals. For the protein source, it's been the same. I have Iberico pork. Lately, it's been breakfast sausage. If I don't have an Iberico
pork is probably the absolute worst type of meat you can possibly eat. So it's so strange how this guy is obsessed with detoxing. He's obsessed with like avoiding toxins, inflammatory foods, and then he's eating like a food that's known to cause cancer.
Pork breakfast sausage, I'll have either like some tenderloin that I just sear off in the pan, or I'll take some lean ground Iberico pork tenderloin, all exclusively available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com, and I'll just sear that and maybe put a little maple syrup and honey on that. But I don't really like having meats besides pork. They don't really mix well with breakfast for me, so just get the highest quality pork you have access to. We even have the corn and soy-free Amish pork in the pork share, which is much more affordable than the Iberico pork. So that's our protein source, getting our B vitamins, cholesterol, saturated fat. I don't usually have too much protein in the morning right when I wake up.
So strange too. He thinks saturated fat is good for you. Diets high in saturated fat seem to contribute to fatty liver disease as well. So again, really strange choice considering he wants to detox his liver.
The most recent carbohydrate you guys have seen me eating is combining our organic Birch Bender's pancake mix with...
Is Frank getting smaller? Did Frank kill that Iberico OG?
No, the pig that he sells on Frankie's Free Range Meat, he imports that from Spain, so... I don't think he's killed any of the pigs himself. I wouldn't be surprised if Frank got smaller because he did just have the surgery, so he's probably eating less and shit. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Found Richard's favorite nose. When are you getting the Miata, my guy? Also, how much for an impression while singing a song, thanks?
Impressions while singing a song are just $15.
You're probably wondering why I'm wearing this veil.
I wasn't, but if you want to talk about it, cool. Well, you shouldn't, I mean...
Let's see the nose.
I would love to hear some Latin music. Oh, the band has started. Aren't we lucky?
It's a knockoff of Old Spice. Hey. Oh, good lord! Now's a good time to turn.
If only they would show us. The Gerudos from Zelda have the most fucking amazing noses, dude. Yeah. They have such big fucking schnozzes. Look at that nice, big, thick schnoz. I think those are my favorite noses. Like those nice, big noses that go like up to your like brow level. I love those types of noses. Thanks for the donation, though. Vegan Gains, Frozen Sperm.
God, Frank's vids are unbearable to watch. It's rinse and repeat. He eats shit, looks like shit, and his videos are shit all around. Shit circles every video.
He makes the same video over and over again, too. He's like, this is what I eat to detox my liver. And now we're at the, like, what, 500th video he's made about the same foods he eats, and then he wonders why nobody watches his fucking content. Like, we know what he eats. He just eats stupid fucking shit all day. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
I'm no marketing expert, nor would I run an online meat store. But I can't imagine lots of people would want to buy meat from a strange meat store. Happy New Year, VG.
You would think... But apparently Frank is making enough sales to pay the bills. He also has, I think, like 5 employees. So it's baffling to me. I don't know how the fuck he's still in business. I know he is having issues with sales because he keeps adding things to his online store that is outside of, you know, the products he's selling. So he's buying things wholesale, so like the basmati rice, the cream of wheat, stuff like that, and he's selling it on Frankie's Free Range Meat. So the fact that he keeps adding like these products that he's probably getting wholesale and then selling them on the online store, he's probably not able to sell much of his like meat crap. That's my guess anyway, because otherwise he wouldn't be doing this. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Can I buy this so you can trigger some pro Hamas supporters?
Yes. I was actually thinking of getting an Israeli headband. Yeah, I was thinking of getting something like this, or, like this. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Power.
Hopefully, Frank is getting better inventory control.
Hopefully not. I would hope he runs his business into the fucking ground and runs it like a autistic retard. Thanks for the donation, though, James. I just have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, my neck. Oh, damn. All right.
Organic quick oats.
No.
Holy crap, you're back. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried you were dead. Where were you these past 2 days? You didn't even show up on Friday like you says you'd.
Yeah, Friday, I went to my mom's house, and it was a really fucking long drive. There was a lot of traffic. I think I was stuck in traffic for about 4 hours, and it was raining like crazy, and it was cold. So when I got home, I was just super exhausted and cold, so I just chilled in bed, and then Saturday, I was just really not mentally well. So, I basically just chilled on Saturday. But here I am now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The pancake mix is just wheat flour, sugar, and then just a few organic ingredients for the leavening. So very simple, not much in it. I didn't show you guys, we have the organic sugar in the cabinet, and there's a little bit of vanilla powder that I do put in the pancake mix. So some spices and seasonings might be omitted here. If I'm not having those pancakes, which we did a recipe on, the mix.
Did you see this? Low life she is. Freedom for her and fuck the animals, that's her philosophy.
Thank you. Well, shit me, you're a lot of fun, aren't you? That was a really joyous moment, wasn't it? Listening to the proposition, please, would you? Oh, my days. And then we've got you banging on about cancers and how ill you're going to get and how you're all going to die. And if you keep eating this, you'll die more, die harder. There'll be a pandemic. Your blood's now die. And that's your armpit, put it down. But later, yes. I would just like this house to join me in applauding Team Vegan for some, because you
These aren't arguments.
hate yourself. And that is, wait, and that is true of every single vegan I know. They hate themselves so much, they will only suck on quinoa for sustenance.
I can't watch this. She's not even making arguments. Thanks for the donation, though, Ilian. Come here, give him to me.
Did you and Jasmine go 3 hours in that green thingayula or something you got? Did you get presents of your mother?
Yeah, my mom did give me some presents. I got socks, I got a bunch of t-shirts, so a lot of new clothes, and my grandma gave me some money. And no, it was just me. Jasmine didn't visit my mom with me. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cum. Appreciate it. Prim. You bothering Jasmine? You know I love you, right? You know I love you so much. You are such a big, handsome boy. You know that? So big and so handsome, so strong. No, you're not going anywhere. Need to rub you a bit more. Make sure you know you're loved. Love you so much, Primmy. Let me give you one big hug. Love you, Prim.
Of equal parts pancake mix and quick oats. I'll be having just quick oats, so I'll take the oats, maybe put some maple syrup and honey in there with some vanilla, and I'll have that in the morning real quick. And what's recent, and I haven't showed you guys yet, is organic cream of wheat. I kind of like the flavor of this more than the oatmeal. I prefer the pancakes to both of these, but for me, cream of wheat is very nostalgic. Some of you Italians might know it as farina, baby cereal. We'll do a few videos on that, but those are the main carbohydrates that I've been having with my breakfast. Now, the fiber content of the pancake mix and the cream of wheat, it's okay. It's not crazy high. That's why I usually mix the oats in But the cream of wheat isn't that bad from a fiber perspective. However, we're going to be having more fiber later in the day, and with every meal, the organic Honeycrisp apple is providing gut motility, fiber, sugar, because when you're having carbs and starches, you want to actually utilize all your body's digestive capabilities. That's why we have the lean protein. There's a little bit of fat in there. Sometimes I'll put a little bit of coconut oil here in the carbohydrate mix, especially when I'm like cooking the pancakes, basically frying them in oil in the pan. So we have our protein, we have our fat, and we have our...
You must admit, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that he do be cute though.
I wouldn't say the snail is cute. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo's boyfriend. Thanks for the gifted membership. Loading. Appreciate it. Happy New Year, donated $2. Love you, VG. Happy New Year. Is this girl unhealthy? Let me see.
This cute little kitty is actually 13 years old.
Oh, wow.
He has a rare dwarfism condition. He
My
looks
goodness.
like a baby, but he wakes up like an old man. Because he is one. It is a genetic disorder that makes the cat stop growing. But he is a healthy and happy rescue kitty. I love cats.
That's a really cute kitty.
This is everything that me and Bae fed baby girl today. For breakfast, she woke up screaming she wanted her daddy to make her some eggs. So he made her some eggs, toast, and bacon. And of
Well, there's a reason why that kid looks like that.
course, she had her circle bottle with it. I gave her some mint chocolate ice cream as an afternoon snack, again with her circle bottle. And for lunch, we do leftovers in this house. So I gave her leftover dinner, which was just
Dude, these people eat like shit.
chicken tenders, potato wedges, and a mac and cheese ball.
What? He goes to you. He just keeps running away from me.
For dinner, she asked me to get some frozen pasta, so I picked up some frozen pasta and
Jesus
some dinner rolls.
Christ.
Of course, with her circle bottle, because she is obsessing over that thing so far, and I'm absolutely loving it. She ended up not even eating all of her little pasta, so I just went ahead and put that up for leftovers for tomorrow. And then again, she wanted to refill her circle bottle. I never made her running wrong with me.
Yeah, that family eats like crap. Thanks for the donation. Happy New Year. Poopy Butt Retard donated $2. Do you think this guy's based? Is this a good way to pick up girls? Let me see.
Like one of you girls? Let me smell your feet.
Would you what?
Smell your feet.
Go for it.
God.
Pick one.
Wait, all right. So could one of you?
Yeah. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Go for it.
Ready?
High five, Kelly. Pass the test. Look at Kelly's.
No. Not a good way to pick up girls.
Alright. Just make sure the foot's in the front.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll smell the foot if you don't mind.
These girls kind of look nasty too, to be honest.
Did not smell. Yeah. Would you let me smell your foot?
What?
Would you let me smell your foot to do like a sun check?
I mean, they are sandy and smell like the beach. If you want to, that's on you.
Okay.
You're the one smelling my feet.
Okay.
Yes.
No, not at all. Did you put like?
Yeah, not a good way to pick up girls. They might just think you're retarded. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Butt.
Do Israelis have their own version of a keffiyeh? I want to wear one while it's hang up the side of my shoulder like a cloak. At the same time piss off some pro-Palestinians and intersectional vegans supporting them when I go to animal right marches. Lol.
Never heard of a keffiyeh. I do not think Israelis have a equivalent attire head thing. I would just get a Star of David headband or something. So just get some... Yeah, get something like this to wear over your head. Or that. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Appreciate it.
Is Frank going vegan? How is your new kitty?
Nope, unfortunately, Frank is not going vegan, so we're gonna have to pray for the God of Gains for him to choke on his next meal. The new cat's doing really well. She's getting along with all the animals. She isn't afraid of any of the dogs anymore, and she's made friends with Prismo. Thanks for the donation, James.
Do you like German ebb music? Bimo does.
I do not... Yeah, I've never even heard of this type of music, but... Not really my kind of thing. Thanks for that donation, Bimo.
Almost Hamza-ish.
Almost. It does seem like something Hamza would come up with. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Across the world,
Speaking of proplastane.
Let me see.
preparations for ushering the new year are in full swing, but fearing a security threat, administrations across Western countries are ramping up safety measures for New Year's Eve celebrations and dealing with ghosts of New Year's past. The police in Germany's capital is preparing for any unforeseen circumstances after violence broke out last year. Now, this incident left 18 police officers injured and 103 people were arrested.
Die Bilder aus dem letzten Jahr, die kennen wir alle, aber nicht nur die Erfahrung, die Analyse des Einsatzes.
Yeah, it's always the pro-Palestine, like anything fucking involving Muslims. It's so strange. There's like this whole movement, you know, against Islamophobia. Oh, not all Muslims, you know, this and that. It's always fucking Muslims that are the fucking problem. They're always the ones that you have to worry about terror attacks. They're always the ones causing violence for the most stupid fucking reasons, like, you know, cartoons drawn in a newspaper. And then there's always this cope, oh, not all Muslims, like, okay, right, that's why there has to be, like, all these fucking security concerns about these pro-Palestinian fucking assholes. Like, clearly there's a fucking problem, like a fundamental problem within Islam that's creating all these issues. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. And thanks for the gifted membership loading. Appreciate it.
My contribution for the cap/headband.
Well, thanks for the donation, Avi Duder. I'll order one tonight. Thanks for the donation, man. Thanks for the gifted membership again, loading. Appreciate it.
Decided to vote for Biden again. Do you think this is a base? This video made me realize what's at stake and what's important too.
Let me see.
I'm voting for Genocide Joe. That's the message from several creators on this app, some of whom I follow, some of whom are mutuals. I'm not here to criticize them or to defend the Biden administration's stance on Israel and Palestine. But I will tell you that unequivocally, if the 2024 election is between Biden and anyone running for the Republican nomination, I will be voting for Biden, and I will try to get you and everyone else that I can to vote for Biden, because there are at least 4 things that I know. And number one is a Republican president will be even less supportive of the Palestinian people and worse on foreign policy. And number 2, the Republican Party is full of people who believe that war in the Middle East is necessary for the fulfillment of biblical prophecy that brings about the return of Jesus Christ. Number 3, whatever my disagreements with Biden, whatever criticisms I have, they absolutely pale in comparison to the chasm, the absolute gulf that exists between my values and the values of the current version of the Republican Party. And number 4, and maybe most importantly for me, is I can't look my kids in the eye and tell them that I was part of the reason that Republicans won in 2020.
Fucking retarded to say, oh, Genocide Joe. Well, yeah, even though Joe Biden's supporting a genocide, Republicans will be like, he's not supporting a fucking genocide. Painting it in that light is so fucking stupid. He's right that, yeah, in all likelihood, Republican presidency is going to be like less interested in human rights in the Middle East, but making it seem as though Joe Biden is supporting a fucking genocide against Palestinians, like, go fuck yourself. Guy's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie, and thanks again for the gifted membership loading.
Have you reacted to this yet, or are you?
Thank you very much.
I can maybe react to that later. Maybe. This whole debate seems cancerous. Somebody gave me an opening statement from the pro-carnivore side, and it was so painful I couldn't even watch it. They didn't even make an argument. Thanks for the donation, though, Fohammer. Happy New Year, Donate $2. Hello from Israel. Do you know about the African American community in Israel? I do not.
Beit Israel is a
Well, this is Black Hebrew Israelites. Are they as cancerous there as they are, like, here?
community originally from the United States with roots in the Black Hebrew Israelites movement. Now,
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're cancer.
Now based in Israel, the religious group believes Tel Arad to be the true Jerusalem.
These are the people of the book. That's right. Even in
The Israeli government, however, does not recognize Tel Arad as a holy site.
Israel have a law, you see, that indicates that if you have a holy place within the land of Israel, that you should be able to visit there freely, you see, without having to pay entry for it. So because of that, we want what everybody else, what every other community have in Israel. We want our people that's coming from America, our people that live here in Israel, we want them to be able to enter into the holy place.
Leader of Beit Israel, Hoshua Amariel, is citing an Israeli law enacted 52 years ago. The law says holy places will be protected from any desecration, with freedom of access to those who hold them as sacred. Tel Arad is currently under
Well, now they have to fucking eat those words.
Israel's Park Authority, where it is being treated as a national park and campsite. Beit Israel's activities are slowly being banned from the site, and its members must pay a fee to enter for prayers.
I fear God more than...
Get fucked. Yeah, so they did not see the Black Hebrew Israelites coming. These people are the most cancerous pieces of shit on the planet. I've dealt with them before. There was some Black Hebrew Israelites protesting in downtown Toronto. They're fucking deranged lunatics. They're Holocaust deniers.
Who is he?
Who is who? You're gonna have to explain. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
If Jason Blaha studied under the world's most respected method acting teacher for several years and ramped up his TRT protocol, do you think he'd make a convincing Batman? Da 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 da. Blahatman. Would you see it?
I would have to see that movie for the lulz. Blaha could never, ever, ever be a convincing Batman. If they made a movie called Blatman, I would see that, though. Thanks for that donation, Jason Blahatman.
Been thinking about getting a dog recently. Preferably a breed that is very high energy. Any recommendations?
I would say visit a animal shelter. See if they have any dogs that either are purebred, so you have an idea of what their temperament would be, or see if they have like listings where they talk about the dog's temperament, whether or not it's high energy or not. It's pretty easy to find like border collies and shit in like dog shelters or animal shelters. So I would just look around for something like that. Thanks for the donation, niggas in Paris. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
Oh Gaines, I've never known a love like this before. When is Ukraine defeating Russia, do you think? What chance does Trump have of becoming president on a scale of 1 to 100? I'm trusting all-knowing powerful brain. We love you and we need you. Happy New Year.
I would say Trump's chances of becoming president from 1 to 100 would be 23. About 23% chance. And when is Ukraine defeating Russia? I would say earliest would be around Putin's re-election, so March, April. Latest, I would say probably another 2 years. Thanks for that donation, though, Prismo.
A majestic friend of unfathomable cuteness.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, she's eating a pumpkin. Wow. It's funny how many animals love pumpkins. Oh my god, that's a good pumpkin. Oh my god, and some lettuce. That's amazing. Thanks for that donation, Lion Knight.
The muscular man who was wearing the glasses and tight shirt.
Muscular man wearing glasses and tight shirts. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
And by 100 to 23 meaning never.
Well, again, I'd say 23% chance. Not necessarily 0, but pretty low. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Less is More donated $2. Have you seen this?
This is Seattle, Washington.
City that banned police. I have not seen this. Maybe we'll look at this later. Thanks for the donation, Less is More.
I've got 4 people to adopt dogs instead of buying dogs from breeders. But when it comes to veganism, people are selfish AF and can't make a simple change. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, people are selfish pieces of shit. anything that's easy, it's pretty easy to convince people to do, but apparently veganism still isn't easy enough yet, even though we have like Beyond Burgers and shit. It's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Fohammer.
We gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba black and get a shot.
Alrighty, folks. So you've been listening to Motherland Bounce. I know it's something different here on the Ben Shapiro Show. That's because we're joined by the creator of Motherland Bounce, former gangsta rapper, gang member, and now faith seeker. Today, he's an African-American Orthodox Jew whose recent faith-infused rap music videos have millions of views worldwide. His name is Nissim Black, and I thought we'd do something different here. Nissim, thanks for joining the show. Really appreciate it, dude.
Man, thank you for having me on, man. Long time coming, Benny.
I appreciate it. So, okay, I've been critiqued for my own genuine dislike of the rap genre, so I will give you the opportunity. Inform me why I am wrong about the rap genre of which I have been so critical for these many years.
Listen, you could be very, very critical of the content, right? The content is definitely a problem. In terms of it as an art form, for sure not. You know what I mean? You could use anything to be able to spread light and to spread positive messages. It just matters what the person does with the genre, you know? So you may not be wrong in terms of the content that's going out from the rap music, but, you know, definitely rap could be used for beautiful things. It has been in the past.
So let's talk about the sort of your own personal transition in that way. So you started off as a gangster rapper. Obviously, you didn't start off as an Orthodox Jew. Now you are. So maybe you can tell that story. I think this is kind of a fun pre-Rosh Hashanah story for our Jewish listeners.
It's amazing, actually. You know, so I grew up exposed to a lot of gang violence.
Hey, Jasmine. Can you order burgers and fries? Huh? Yeah. Hey?
Of all the money that Ergig had, I spent it on vegan gain. And all the sex that Ergig done, alas it was to none but me. And all Gig did for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So filter me the cherry coke, good night and joy be to you all.
That is a beautiful rhyme. Thanks for sharing that, Gigliardo. Appreciate the donation.
Looks like the brother needs to lose a few pounds. A Black American Orthodox Jew?
Yes, he could probably stand to lose some weight. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
I got into everything very, very early. Myself, I started smoking pot. I was 9 years old. By the time I was 12, I was already dealing. And it's a very interesting thing because I did have two parents in the house, my mother and my stepfather, you know, it's my dad. He raised me. But I was exposed to everything in the house. My house was like a trafficking house. So I got into it very early. Now, moving on, the first introduction to religion was actually Islam. My grandfather was a Sunni Muslim. And after he ended up in prison, I had friends who brought me to a missionary group that had a hip hop program. And that's what got me interested in Christianity. I eventually converted to Christianity from a missionary camp. And then years later, you know, the rap just sort of took over my life and consumed me. And I got into a altercation with another artist, and that led to a kill or be killed situation, as I would call it. And after I was able to squash that beef and put it behind me, I really started seeking, like, you know, what's going to be next. And, you know, I just grabbed all the Bibles. I wanted to know about the Jewish religion because I grew up very close to the Jewish neighborhood.
Huh? What? 2 burgers, no onion, no ketchup or mustard, just lettuce and tomato. And 3 fries. 3 fries. Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about Judaism. So I had a JPS Tanakh, I had a few different versions of the Christian Bible, a Quran, and I sat down for 8 hours a day until, you know, my soul was satisfied.
I don't know how the fuck you can read any of these religious texts and actually be convinced that any of this is even close to true. You have to be delusional as fuck.
our carbohydrates. We're utilizing all our body's digestive capabilities, the liver and the pancreas.
Yeah, they're
And
obviously
also
vegan burgers.
adding the sugars in the apple is also utilizing more of that, because if you just have a starch, your body can only digest so much starch. But if you have
your body can digest all the starch you eat.
A smaller amount of starch with some sugar, with some alcohol, whatever, you're kind of utilizing all different types of enzymes. So it's better to have a little bit of variety.
You're using the exact same enzymes
than to just overdo one thing. But that's pretty much it for breakfast.
Frank literally does not understand how digestion works.
I'll touch on the seasonings briefly because they are included in every meal. So this salt, filtered sea salt that we have on the meat website and the foods website, that goes into almost everything. I'm putting it in the starches when I make them. Same with lunch, same with dinner. That's the salt I'm using. If I need to season the steaks, that's the salt that's going on it. And if I'm using a cooking fat, the coconut oil, maybe I'll put a tablespoon in the oatmeal. I'll fry the pancakes in it. I'll put a little bit of coconut oil in the farina. When I have rice, I'll put some coconut oil in the rice. Same with the udon noodles. We'll touch on that more when we get to those meals. But I think that's everything for breakfast.
I'm ordering burgers from A&W. They have Beyond Burgers.
Moving on to lunch, which has been different recently. I've just been having rice with protein and beans. You guys have seen this meal a few times. Either that or I'll have bread with protein and I'll dip the bread in the white bean puree that I also have for dinner. So again, lunch is either meat, rice, and beans. Very simple. I've been doing the pork ham that we've had in the...
Jesus Christ. The amount of red meat he eats is just insane. Literally red meat with every single meal.
Pork share lately, that's really, really tasty, nice smoked flavor. Or I used to have the roast beef a lot with lunch. Those are the two proteins I usually have. Sometimes I'll have a steak. We have the jovial organic cannellini beans on the side. That's our soluble fiber, very important to have with the meal. And my starch has been organic white basmati rice. So that's the main thing. Lately we've been doing, most of probably the past year, I've been having bread. You guys can have...
This cat smells like good cat now.
Good cat?
Have you snorted her?
Let me snort the cat.
Have you snorted her lately? She smells good now.
Hey, oh my god, you're purring. Oh. Oh wow, this cat does smell like good cat.
Speaking of Biden, check out his story post. I feel like his revolutionary perspective is getting out of hand where is now falling for terrorist propaganda as well. Immortal Technique is a sucker.
This cat smells good now. No more stinky. No more stinky. My god, you're so beautiful. You are just so beautiful. Mwah.
Let me take a look. Grey Knight. Oh yeah, Immortal Technique's a fucking idiot. Let me see. Stop the genocide, ceasefire now. This guy's a fucking moron. Yeah, of course Immortal Technique. I remember Immortal Technique made some rap song talking about how vegans annoy him, so he's kind of a fucking dumbass. Zionist orgs like Jew Belong and others that support Israeli government propaganda work to dehumanize Palestinians, justify Israel government's attack on Palestinians, da-da-da, truth. This guy is just fucking cancerous.
I miss the whiteboard. It seems a little late to be eating meals that heavy. Did Jasmine just wash that cat?
She didn't just wash the cat, she washed her... Yeah, it was like a week ago now. I only just woke up, James, so technically it's like midday for me, really. Thanks for the donation though, dude. I just literally slept all day.
2 days.
Yeah, U.S. Navy attacks Yemeni boats, sinking 2 of them. The escalation we talked about is happening. Right, so Yemen fucking literally committing piracy and seizing seizing what Israeli, well, literally any fucking vessel that crosses that river. Totally fine, not an escalation, but when the US intervenes and stops them, oh, that's an escalation. Took time to get multiple passes of satellites to confirm locations of the surface-to-air missiles so they feel confident in a flyover. What? This guy is, like, absolutely fucking insane. Let's see, cowards are silent, but the real heads know what's up. President Biden is a war criminal. Oh my god, dude. Immortal Technique is such a fucking dumbass. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Actually see, I think it's in frame. I have some bread that I'm about to bake and eat, and I'll dip that bread in the white bean puree. We've done a few different variations on this recipe. I'll explain it when we get to dinner, because
Oh my god, why do all these fucking SJWS support Tarzum?
There's a serious problem with people on the progressive left supporting terrorism. It's crazy. I read a statistic recently where something like 20% of people under 30 support Osama bin Laden. It's fucking nuts. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
because that's also what I put on the udon noodles. So that meal, I think you guys have seen it in a day of eating as well. I'll literally just take pieces of the ham, eat them, dip the bread in the bean puree. I like that a little more. For me, it's more enjoyable, and the reason I'm not just eating, beans, rice, and meat with every meal is because each food has some type of downside, whether it's a pollutant or it's arsenic like in rice, or maybe the way they grow it. There's always a downside to everything, maybe a specific anti-nutrient. So when you have variety and you can use different sources of things, it's usually better to switch things up most of the time. And then the Honeycrisp apple with every meal most of the time. And for dinner, which has been consistent, so breakfast has had a few variations, lunch has had 2 variations. Dinner has been the same basically for I don't know how long now. Ever since I found these udon noodles, which I really enjoy. We have these again. Again, guys, I feel like a broken record. Everything you see here can be purchased on the meat website and the foods website, besides the apples for the most part. So, what's the saying? Practice what you preach. It's kind of what I've done with all my businesses. I didn't just make up my businesses because I thought they were good business ideas, because it's what I do for my own health, and I wanted to provide you guys with everything to be healthy. What's special about these udon noodles is it's made from refined, hard red winter wheat, which is like the lowest anti-nutrient flour that exists. So I'm able to save...
He is out of his mind. I don't know where he came up with that idea that particular type of wheat is lowest in anti-nutrients, and I'm assuming he means phytates. Phytates are good for you. They actually improve nutrient absorption.
Let's hope the fish are hungry, as there is going to be a lot of toothy meat in that water, but I welcome the fish to enjoy feasting on the retards. Feast my fish feast.
Yeah, at least they will be giving the fish something to eat. Thanks for the donation, Booty Chem.
I just checked this guy's IG. He has an update about his eyes and says they will look normal by month 3. Do you think he will look normal?
No, I doubt Frank will look normal. Let me see what he posted on Instagram. His eyes look fucking retarded. He's literally cross-eyed. I think the surgery made it so his eyes don't fucking track properly. Like, there's no way, there's no way the surgery isn't botched somehow. You can tell his eyes aren't lining up.
Since the date of my surgery, and I don't look like too much of a freak, so that's a great first step. It's supposed to be a 3-month process, so I'll start getting crazy in about a month if it doesn't look okay. Vision-wise, very blurry. I have double vision past about 15 feet. It means I...
Yeah, he has double vision because his eyes aren't fucking lining up. You're cross-eyed.
two of the same thing makes driving very, very difficult. And I think I'm slightly cross-eyed. Some of you guys are saying I'm cross-eyed. I can't tell that well, which...
You have double vision. Of course you're fucking cross-eyed. What do you think causes double vision, idiot?
I was not told about as a potential side effect of the surgery. So again, hopefully some of this stuff corrects itself. Physically, I think it...
Yeah, it's creating a parallax. His eyes aren't fucking pointing at the same object. So he's literally cross-eyed. That's what causes double vision. What a dummy.
Looks okay. My main concern is some asymmetry with the placement of the implant. Like the right side was placed a little higher, and the implants in general make my eyes look kind of hollow. So I'll speak to the surgeon about that, see what he thinks, if they can be removed or if there's a solution, because I don't really like the way that looks. But again, we'll give it a month or two. We'll see what it looks like. And
dude, what a fucking joke. I just do not understand why he got that eye surgery. It's the dumbest idea he's ever had.
What projects support Osama bin Laden? Are they nuts?
Oh yeah, they're insane. Let me see if I can find the actual statistic. 20% support Osama bin Laden. Yeah, there was some poll recently where like people aged like 20 to 30, something like 20% support Osama bin Laden, and there's a fucking TikTok trend right now where kids are fucking saying, "Oh, I actually agree with Osama bin Laden." It's fucking nuts. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
What would you change about this workout plan? Is it too much volume? Do you think it would be good for lifting while on gear? What do you think of the rep ranges?
Let me take a look. Erwin Rommel. Desert Fox workout plan. What the fuck? What is this? I don't think this is his workout routine, because I don't even know if the bench press was invented by this time. Flat bench, 6 sets of 8. That's a lot of fucking volume. Incline bench, 6 sets of 8. Overhead press, 6 sets of 6. Cable tricep extension, 10 sets of 8. Yeah, this is like a lot of fucking volume. I don't think most people would be able to do this. You may benefit from this if you were doing some sort of specialization, like for chest. If you wanted to get your like bench up and you weren't really training your lower body and back much. But this is a lot of fucking volume, like a ridiculous amount. Lateral raises 6x6. That's a bit of a weird rep range. Heil Hitler's 4x8. I think that's front raises. Skull Crushers 5x5. Again, really weird rep range for that exercise. Pull-ups 5 sets to failure. Pull-downs 8x6. Preacher curls 10x6. Seated rows 6x6. Seated rows. What are seated rows? Hammer curls 6x8, bent over rows 6x8, trap bar shrug 6x8, wrist curls 6x8, neck curls. Not nearly as much back volume. Squat 10x6, that is, yeah, again, super, super high volume. Quad extensions 10x6, hamstring curl 10x6, leg press 6x6. Like, I guess if you're only doing this once per week, that's not a ton of volume throughout the course of the week. But then you have a problem with frequency. Leg press 6x6, again, weird rep range for that exercise. Front squat 5x5. I don't know why you do front squats, period, but again, kind of strange to do 5x5 front squats after you've just done 10x6 squats. calf raises 10 by 10. That makes a little more sense, but again, kind of crazy amount of volume for one session. I don't think Rommel actually did that workout routine. Thanks for that donation, though, to you.
Was the surgery neck scary?
No, the surgery Frank got was cosmetic. It was purely cosmetic. Basically, he thought his eyes slanted downwards, and he thought his eyes looked sunken in, and he thought it made him look kind of like tired and sad, so he wanted his eyes raised up, and he wanted his, like the bottom of his eye filled out more, so his eyes looked less sunken in. So it was entirely cosmetic, and I think it was one of the worst ideas he could possibly fucking come up with. Like, right now, he's literally cross-eyed. If I were him, I'd be praying to fucking some sort of god or deity that it's due to inflammation around his eye, like kind of pushing his eyes in a weird direction. And hopefully once the inflammation's gone, his eyes are actually lining up correctly. But yeah, that is a horrible, horrible side effect, to literally be cross-eyed. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
That's outrageous.
It is indeed, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, man. Derek donated $2. Could I know if I have some sort of antisocial personality disorder easily on my own, or would I have to have a professional diagnose me? Well, it depends to what degree you're experiencing symptoms. So for an antisocial personality diagnosis, it's based on the amount of symptoms you have and to what degree you have them. If you look at the symptoms of like sociopathy and you literally have every single symptom and the symptoms are very strong, then, you know, you can say with pretty much 100% confidence that you have sociopathy. If you only have like maybe 2 of the, 7 or 8 symptoms of sociopathy, what is it? I think there's a total of like 7 or 8 symptoms of sociopathy. And they're not particularly strong, then again, you being able to diagnose yourself is going to be much harder, so it just depends. If you're worried about something like that, just go see a psychologist or something, and then see if you can get a diagnosis. Thanks for that donation, Derek. Happy New Year donated $2. People don't understand why Melina left Destiny from Meme Ticks, but it's obvious he's much cuter and probably fucks like a champ. Look at this guy.
Meme Ticks merch has arrived. First up, black Meme Ticks rhinestone hoodie, my personal favorite. Then we have the gray Panda Meme Ticks hoodie, also very hot. We also have a black t-shirt, very simple, with a cool logo in the back.
I think Melina has a thing for feminine men. That just seems to be her type.
We have the sexy.
Dude, this guy, like, I just cannot imagine being a girl and finding this guy attractive.
Meme Ticks logo. We also have a gray t-shirt with a cool logo in the back. And you will get 20% off if you use Meme Ticks 20.
Yeah.
This is everything I fed my 8-year-old stepdaughter yesterday. Now, before y'all start judging exactly what it is that she's eating, I have decided I'm going to let her eat whatever she wants. We just going to start working on portion control in our house because she's just a kid. She's going to want to taste different foods. So for breakfast, we started off with a little bacon and egg.
Yeah, so portion control is not a particularly powerful method to control, weight or use for weight management. Just because if you don't account for like things like caloric density, satiety of food, you're just going to be hungry and it's not going to be easy to follow the diet. So food choices, if you look at the research, it seems like the actual foods you decide to eat matter more than you trying to just control portions. That seems like a much more effective way to control your body weight.
Plate. She got her 2 pieces of crispy bacon. She got her some 2 eggs. She seasoned and peppered them, and then a drink with it. She just had her a flavored water.
So, like, literally 2 of the worst foods you can fucking eat.
Well, she love flavored water. Me and her daddy don't do juices and drinks, so she like trying new flavored waters every time I go and buy a pack. Then we had it
Yeah. Okay.
over the Yellow Hammer, because
Did you get anything?
I love a good coffee run, and she was ready to come on a coffee run with me. But don't worry, she got a sugar-free white mocha frap, and she enjoyed every sip of it. But lunch, I just gave her a little Lunchable because I was cooking a huge...
Dude, this kid eats like fucking shit. My mom was terrible at cooking, but at the very least, like all day long, I was eating fruits and vegetables. I'd eat like apples, grapes, pears, watermelon, broccoli. I'd have salads all the time. Like, this kid eats like shit.
Dinner, and then about an hour later, I let her have a little cereal bar because it was taking dinner too long. Now, I went all out for dinner. Macaroni, cabbage, cornbread, chicken, fried
Jesus, fuck, dude.
chicken, air fried chicken, everything. All she wanted
Dude, it's no wonder this kid's fucking overweight.
was 1 piece of air fried chicken. This is...
Holy fuck, bro. Like, it's no wonder there's so much obesity in the fucking black community. They all eat like fucking crap.
Frank also sun gaze when he goes tanning. Just when it was enough to ruin his tattoo with his sunbathing, but imagine he gazes at the sun without shades after a recent eye surgery.
Yeah, I think Frank avoids using eye protection when he goes out and does sun tanning. And I think he does that because he wants an even tan across his face. He's really fucking stupid. I don't know if he's been using his tanning bed. He got a at-home tanning bed, but he even refused to use the antibiotics the doctor gave him after surgery. So he's stupid. It wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie. I got my burger and fries. Ugh. Yeah. Fuck. Let's put this here for now.
That child looks healthy. Just like mama. Make it stop.
Yeah, really. It's funny how parents ruin their kids' lives. Thanks for the donation, James. The only path donated $2 says Goofy Rax. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really like Hyraxes. They're really cute animals. Wow. Really like their munching. They're so sentient cheesecakes. Oh my god. It's a really beautiful deer. So handsome. That's amazing. Oh. Oh, poor little bird. Hope that girl is gentle.
Yeah, it's actually something else.
That's a nice gorilla. Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know they did that. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know eagles did that. Lungus. Oh my god. Look how fuzzy. Oh my god. Such a little elephant. He's a little fuzzy guy. That's amazing. Oh. Oh my god. Now that's a wungus. Holy shit. That's a round chunk. Jesus Christ. Look at those bears. Holy shit. That's funny. Thanks for the nation, thy only path. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
20 minutes for $100 million.
Yeah.
To survive one. You got to survive a bear, a tiger, a croc, or a hippo.
We all dead.
You crazy.
We all. Come on, Unc, now.
Mm-mm.
Croc would be your best bet.
I got him. I got him, Ocho.
I got to hear it.
All of his pressure is doing this.
Yeah, in the jaws.
Flip him on his back.
Man, Unc, man, you're going to get yourself hurt, man. You're going to have a
Nah.
missing arm. You're going to have a missing leg.
I'm going to have 100 million, 20 minutes for
I would rather wrestle a crocodile for 20 minutes than any of those other animals. Your lowest chances would probably be with a hippo. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Okay, so the Rommel plan is too much volume. What set/rep ranges would you recommend for PPE? I plan on doing 6 days a week. How much volume would you recommend per day? Also, is melanotan too safe?
I would not take melanotan. I've heard of weird side effects from melanotan. What's it called? If you're a beginner, starting with 5 to 10 sets per muscle group per week is appropriate. So anywhere between 5-10 sets is fine per body part per week. As far as rep ranges, again, for a beginner, for compound movements, I'd stick to sets of 5. For isolation exercises, sets of 8 to 10. For most isolation work would be appropriate. Thanks for the donation, though, Tio. Hope that helps.
Safely eat these noodles every night, whereas like durum wheat semolina is not that good. It's high in, what the hell? I always forget what it's called. Lutein, I think, and other carotenoids. Not that great for your liver, but this is the carbohydrate base, the udon noodles. Our white bean puree is a blend of the organic artichoke spread we have on the foods website, the organic jovial cannellini beans, and some of the collagen bone broth. This is actually the beef stock concentrate. I'll either use that or the collagen bone broth. I'll mix it in with the white beans and the artichoke spread, just take an immersion blender and mix it all together. It's basically like a white bean hummus, and I use that to dip my bread in for lunch, and the sauce.
Yeah, that's disgusting. So rather than using like olive oil as a fat source, he basically uses like tallow as a fat source. I don't even know how the fuck that's possible to use. Because tallow's like hard. But what an idiot.
On the noodles for dinner. It's adding flavor, it's adding starch, carbohydrate, not starch, I'm sorry. It's adding soluble fiber in the beans, which is very important for liver detox, and the beef stock.
Been working out consistently for 3 years, not consistently for longer, and bench close to 3 plates, so not a beginner, but I have been on a beginner's PPS split for basically the whole time. I need a better routine so I respond better the peds.
So if it sounds like you're intermediate, in an intermediate phase of lifting, I would check out Renaissance periodization. So you can get some pre-made routines from them that are appropriate for intermediate or advanced lifters, and you can try those programs. Thanks for the donation, though, Tio. Hope that helps.
Concentrate. I like adding it for more flavor. Some amino acids, glycine help heal the gut lining. And I'll usually put a little bit of coconut oil and salt on those noodles when I boil them in Mountain Valley water. So whenever I'm...
Frank Tufano is a fucking faggot and his content is dog shit and boring.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily use those words, but I can't say I don't agree. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Cooking something, whether it's the oats, the pancakes, the cream of wheat, rice, bread, noodles, everything is being usually cooked in Mountain Valley mineral water, and then I usually drink the Fiyuji mineral water. Shouldn't really call it a mineral water. It's very low mineral water. Very good for moving calcium out of the body. I find that if I don't have the Fiyuji, if I only have the Mountain Valley, I get very constipated. So this is important.
What? So he thinks because he uses a different brand of bottled water, that avoids constipation. What a fucking whack job.
Sometimes I'll even just cook everything in the Fiyuji water as well. So
Dude,
we have
he's
those
insane.
2 bottles of water here, as I usually buy those in bulk. And I even make the water kefir with that too. Protein source for dinner mixed in with those udon noodles. Sometimes I'll slice up some roast beef. What I usually like, and is a little tastier, I'll take either, a ribeye steak or even some like filet mignon tenderloin steak. I'll sear that in the pan. I'll slice it thin, put it in the udon noodles, and then I'll deglaze the pan with a little bit of beef stock, and then put that in the udon noodles as well with the bean puree, just for some extra flavor. I really, really also like, we have like Iberico pork loin and Iberico pork chops. I like that a lot more in the udon noodles than the beef, but both are absolutely delicious. And if you guys have watched, all of my day of eatings for some time now, you'll see the different varieties and variations that I've done. I don't really know what the cost of this would be to eat per month. If I had to guess, probably between $400 and $600. I think we did a budget video, which was like a $280 thing, which is basically what you can get on food stamps. So to spend like $100 or $200 more a month to eat as good as possible isn't crazy, especially when you're having Iberico.
That's a pretty big food bill for most people per month, like $600 per month, so he's deranged.
Pork and steak and the highest quality meats with every meal. But every meal has the same consistent theme. We have an adequate amount of animal protein, saturated fat, cholesterol, amino acids, the bioavailable animal minerals, all that good stuff to give us healthy cells and restore our tissue. There's a small amount of fat in the meat, as well as the coconut oil that we use, because our body needs some fat, but we try to keep the fat amount low just to not stress the liver too much, because when you have a lot of fat, the liver releases more bile. The bile is storing the toxins that the liver is excreting. So you want the liver to excrete the toxins, but you don't want it to be a crazy amount every single meal. So we just have a moderate amount of fat. Even though this is refined coconut oil, it is still saturated, so it's solid at room temperature. That's the healthiest type for your cells.
That is the worst type of fat you can possibly eat. It raises your serum cholesterol score and it causes heart disease. So you want to eat poly and monounsaturated fats. This cat is trying to get my hamburgers. No.
This is a burger cat. Bimo, what do you think you're doing? Trying to get my food? No, not for kitties. Not for kitties. Mwah. Love you though, okay?
I have the liquid coconut oil sitting there on the counter. That it's just a little easier to use, but that your body's going to kind of burn as.
Sing along?
I suppose I can try to sing along. Thanks for the donation, Tio. Oh, there's no lyrics. No. No cat. No cat.
I can hear the animals screaming as Frank talks about eating them.
Yeah, I bet. Frank's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, James. Can up band sticking up, no rubber band is big enough, chain so heavy can't pick it up. Came with a gang, myrid. I seen your whip hilarious. Where's my roof mysterious? My whip from Fast and Furious contains with yellow interior. I get the commas period covered in ice Siberia. I'm at the top of the pyramid, bitch, I'm a star, I'm serious. We came to play, are you serious? Came with the gang, a myriad. Came with a gang, a myriad. Came with a motley crew. Sit up ball, I forgot where I was. Pour it up, throw it up, sit up, whoa. Get up bitch, get up bitch, get up. Came with a wig splitter. I got John Wick hitters, I'm a go-getter. Came with the army, army, yeah. The people around me still the same. Just wanna party, yeah. We rowdy, we don't ever change. Count up band, stick 'em up. No rubber band is big enough. Chain so heavy, can't pick it up. Came with a gang, a myriad. Fuck. Yeah, that's the most I can sing of this song. I'm getting a copyright notice. I can show you this cat, though, to make up for it. So although I can't sing the entire song, here is a cat. She's a very beautiful kitty, and very sweet and very hungry, and she likes to steal my food. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay, say goodbye to the kitty. Thanks for the donation, though, Tio. Appreciate it.
Energy, and it's not going to be stored as fat as easily as something like this. I could be wrong on that, the triglyceride conversion, but this one is a little bit easier on the liver and digestion. From like a chemical perspective, it's not as processed. Yeah, my vision's still pretty impaired, so I can't tell how long this recording has been. I don't want this video to be too long, but I will briefly touch on some hypothetical negatives here. So, there's a lot of plastic packaging. That's offset. We do take the beef glandular supplements like the male virility and stuff, and the beef testicles a few times a week just to keep the testosterone high, to avoid a lot of the negative effects of the plastics. Maybe there's a few concerns with chemicals and can lining as well, and maybe some water used like in the beans. Even maybe some, who knows what, if there's any pollution concerns with Mountain Valley. But overall, compared to what the average person is eating, this is about as good as you can get, and you're really minimizing any sort of toxin or.
This is not the best food you can eat, especially the red meat. It's funny how he's so worried about, toxins, forever chemicals, plastics. Your biggest source of these pollutants are going to be the food you eat, and it's going to be animal products. They bioaccumulate in these animals, so if he was so worried about things like pesticide exposure, forever chemicals, plastics, phthalates, he wouldn't be eating fucking red meat.
Pollutant concerns, and also removing the most inflammatory types of foods from your diet. But I think that'll be it. So if you guys want any of this stuff, I've mentioned it probably at least half a dozen times now. We have it on frankiesstrangemeat.com and frankiesstrangefoods.com. Maybe I'll do a video in a few weeks or a month or so on updated supplement routine. I said it earlier, the only thing that you guys don't really see here are those supplements, as well as the water kefir and water kefir grains. I'm like half on, half off with that right now. We do have all the flavors, I think, in stock on the Foods website if you guys want to try the water kefir. And the water kefir grains are very affordable, only like $5 a jar. But I'll do like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, probiotics on and off, depending on how I feel, or whether I mess up my homemade recipe or not. But that's going to be it. So thank you guys for joining me. My eyes are still recovering a little bit. They probably look better, but probably still a little weird. And I didn't say it in the beginning, but we were banned for about a week, so this is like, I think, my first full video back. But I'll talk about that more in the next few videos, maybe, and in the vlog. I don't know, or we'll just do some shorts on it. But if you guys want to support me instead of these corporate shills, you know what to do. Place a nice big order on any of the businesses available on frank-tufano.com.
Well, that was terrible.
Hello YouTube, I'm the world's strongest man, and I'm firing the world's most powerful handgun.
Oh, God! You're more than welcome, and that little guy is probably going to hurt you the most.
Really?
Yes, this little dude right here.
It doesn't look much.
So that's an American Derringer, and those typically fire like a 9mm, 45. This is chambered in a 45-70, which is a lever action rifle round.
Yeah, so it's not far off Magnum power then.
Mm-hmm. And it's just a little pocket pistol.
Unfortunately, what you said about the black community is true. I see so many of our people eating pork, hot wings, steaks, etc., then walk around super obese thinking they're cute. You mention veganism to them and they think you're crazy. I hate humans.
I also dislike humanity a great deal, but yeah, a lot of black people eat like shit. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
You're going to have a really fun time hanging on to that. I'm excited to see you shoot that one. You've got skin on here. Look at this. It's like his calluses are chipping off on the...
Yeah, look, it is...
What's funny is, once you start getting these larger guns...
Man, look, it's drawing blood.
I'm gonna warn you, the trigger as soon as you touch it. Yeah. Okay. Like it's very light. Oh God! How?
Well, that is Eddie Hall shooting guns. Let's see. This shit. Let's back up a little.
Bad habits. She probably eats like potato chips and watches Netflix, and she doesn't even brush like the back of her tongue, so her breath kind of smells. She can't even do one push-up or pull-up or anything because she doesn't go to the gym. She sends me clear signs that she's attracted to me. She often touches me. It's my weakness. I don't want to get with her, but I have a major problem. I really enjoy to spend time with her in school. We laugh and talk a lot, but it's hard for me to stop thinking about her in a sexual way. And I don't want to, but I keep thinking about her in random times of the day. These thoughts
So there's a girl that's clearly interested in this guy. He's obviously also interested in her for more than just her looks. Sounds like he really likes her personality, thinks about her a lot, stuff like that. And then Hamza's not going to say just fucking ask her out and go on a date? Like, because she can't do a fucking push-up?
Thoughts really slow me down, and I can't really cut her off because she sits right behind me. I don't want a relationship right now, especially not with her. I want to see her as a friend and stop thinking about her. And because of this, I fap almost every day. I'm on self-improvement for like a year now, and I have a business, and in the last 1 to 2 months, it's just going downhill. And I still battle with lust. It's my weakness.
He thinks his business is going downhill because he's masturbating once a day while thinking about some girl in his class.
And then we've got some comments as well. We'll read them out and then I'll give you my opinion. So Mason said, you don't need to suppress your masculine urge to dominate women. It's okay to stare at their ass and look at them sexually because that's a sign of masculinity and testosterone. I wonder what you think about that as well. Like,
I think that's a sign that you're a heterosexual male.
I can imagine that comment's just triggered a lot of people, but I wonder, just leave a comment below. It's not really me trying to farm the YouTube algorithm, but I guess it'll help. But you don't have to if you don't want to, but like, that specific sentence, Mason has just commented saying, you don't need to suppress your masculine urge to dominate women. It's okay to stare at their ass and to look at them sexually because that's a sign.
Yeah, this comment or message sounds fake. So this guy's in school. It has to be like high school. The idea that a college-age kid is messaging him saying, I'm masturbating while thinking about this girl in class I like, and it's affecting my business? Like, this has to be a high school kid. But, like, it sounds fake. Who the fuck would message him this?
Sign of masculinity and testosterone. What do you think about that? I think that, like, that's going to have a mixed response from guys as well. I can imagine a lot of guys will think, oh, well, that's weird. I can imagine a lot of guys being like, yeah, like I love to stare at girls' asses. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I think stare is a significant word to use here. I think it's absolutely normal, healthy, and in a weird way, this is gonna sound weird, and I'm sure someone will clip this or some bullshit, but I encourage you to like look at a woman who's attractive. I encourage you that, like, if there's a woman there, you're able to kind of...
I encourage you to look at a woman who's attractive. Hamza, 2023. This guy is so deranged. Like, what? Well, at least he encourages men to look at pretty girls. Holy shit, what a fucking weirdo.
Feel your attraction towards her and enjoy it. In fact, this is the advice I was going to give my advice later on, but I'll just tell you right now, this is the advice.
This isn't advice. Look at pretty girls. Yeah, enjoy being a heterosexual male.
I was going to say to this young man, this is how to handle lust and attraction towards women. First, you need to understand sexual energy. So sexual energy is basically where most of our power comes from, and it originates in your belly. The reason why you struggle with lust, the reason why so many young guys are jacking off and fapping, so you should be listening to this. If this is your problem, you're struggling with just fapping.
The reason men masturbate so much is because men have greater sexual interest than women. Men have a higher sex drive. And because men don't have access to women to match their sex drive, you're never going to find one single partner who's going to be as interested in sex as you are. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of masturbation. Even if you have a girlfriend, well, guess what? Your girlfriend probably doesn't live with you. Your girlfriend probably isn't in the mood whenever you're in the mood. So what are you going to fucking do when you have sexual urges? You're probably going to masturbate.
Too much. This is why. It's because you don't understand the concept of sexual energy. It starts in the stomach and it gets...
No. Starts in the brain. That's where sexual desire is in your brain. What does he mean in your fucking stomach? Pew donated $2. This rabbi knows Norman Finkidick personally.
Norman Finkelstein is a very traumatized person. His parents are Holocaust survivors. He's a very traumatized person. You could see when you talk to him, when he's talking. Norman Finkelstein, he talks like this. That high-pitched voice. There's something, it's like more that you have to have compassion for someone like him. He's a little bit on the spectrum. He doesn't have intellectual understanding. He says, Israel, he basically, he praised the October 7th attacks on Israel. The guy's not normal. It's not like, oh my God, Norman Finkelstein gets me mad. No, the guy's a severely traumatized person. Anyone that knows, I mean, Jewish people watching this are more in the know of the effects of the Holocaust on the second generation. And the non-Jews, they don't really care. They're just whatever. Not non-Jews. The cynical anti-Semites are nasty. They'll use anything to hurt Jewish people or to prove their point. Even a Jew is against Israel. It's like, not that you're trying to win an argument logically. We see what you're trying to do. But Norman Finkelstein is so second generation Holocaust survivors are people that are really traumatized. And I know many of them, or plenty of them I know. And these people they're very difficult people to work with, let's just say, or be friends with. It's a difficult, the trauma that their parents had really got implanted in them. And obviously we know the science of it, that it's genetic as well. Norman Finkelstein is a really messed up person. You have to have more compassion for him than hate. And you have to stop clowning him around with these interviews also. It's sad. Now, personally, Norman Finkelstein lives in an apartment in Brooklyn. He's totally broke. I know this because I used to have a friend in Brooklyn, when I lived in Brooklyn, in my building, that told me he used to hang out with all different Jews, and he met up with Norman Finkelstein, and they became friends. He gets no gigs anywhere. Nobody hires him for anything. I mean, first of all, he went on a limb. Obviously, he means it or he doesn't, or is talking out of his psychosis or whatever it is, but he went out on a limb to defend the far left. The far left is not going to come back and help you out. They're not the right. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, let's do a check.
Look at these heckin' catos, you son of a bitch.
Let me take a look. Oh my God.
That's a good heckin' catto. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, so fuzzy. Wow. Oh, that's a good kitty. Wow. Look how fuzzy the kitty is. Oh my goodness. That's a good fuzzy guy. Whoa, so orange. My God, look how orange. This kitty's a little orange. Not quite as orange, but still somewhat orange. Maybe one day you can become that orange. You want to become orange? Okay, my backup. My backup. Backup. Okay, and you can go too.
Thanks for the donation, Goat.
Charity. Now, I suggest to my friend, let's do a fundraiser for Norman Finkelstein. I said, even if he's totally broke, even if he's totally anti-Israel and essentially creating anti-Semitism, we take care of our own. This guy, Nabach, is in the apartment all.
Do you think these guys make good points on weed and drinking addictions?
Damn it. They fucked up my order and put onions in it. Son of a bitch. Let me take a look, Tio.
Feel like marijuana felt in 1990 when I'd occasionally smoke it. You know, you take some cheerleader out on a date, she goes, let's smoke a joint before we go to the movie. You're like, I guess so. A few hits, kind of feel like this. This is what marijuana in 1990 felt like 2 days later after I smoked it. I feel like I just took hits of 1990 marijuana right now. But that's because I never take marijuana, so it hits me stronger. But the people that are on this stuff, you go to LA, there is just plentiful weaponized marijuana.
Do you and Jasmine still have that horse? I can't remember his or her name, but I was just curious. Where do you keep your horse at to keep it from freezing in Canada?
So his name is Jake, and horses will do just fine in the cold, so long as they have access to food. Their guts basically are a big furnace. And when it gets really cold, you put a blanket on them to keep them from freezing. But horses do fine in the cold. And yeah, they don't usually need blankets. And any any boarding barn, they will have outdoor shelters for the horses. So if it's like really snowing like crazy and really windy, they can just go underneath the shelter so that they don't get like, you know, a lot of wind and snow on them. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Ninja. Appreciate it.
Plentiful weapons.
Accidentally sent you with a timestamp. I meant to send in the first parts of the vid, sorry. youtube.com/watch?v=y4vic.
Okay. Let me see.
What is beef glandular supplement?
It means basically cow testicle. That's what he really means. There's other glands that he sells, like Frank also sells thyroid glands, but that's what he means by that. Thanks for the donation, James.
Recreational use of cannabis and alcohol. I think alcohol is probably not the best idea, and I think cannabis, I don't think there's any way to smoke weed casually and not become absolutely devastated by it. I think weed kills people. Weed will fucking ruin your life. It takes years of your life.
I'm pretty sure Sam Hyde is being facetious here.
You can't use weed casually. You'll become to the point where you self-medicate with it, and you'll be using it every day, and you won't even get high anymore. Yeah, if you just started smoking weed, you gotta stop. It's really a bad idea. It's just a waste of time and money.
Stop the presses right here. Caesar the salad. When I stopped smoking weed, it was the best thing life handed to me. Damn right, Caesar. If I've heard truth at all ever in my life, it's that truth right there. Stopping weed will set you.
Alfred Shitcock Donatillers, have you seen this movie? Let me see.
I think he's coming.
Let's pretend to be dead.
Okay.
I have not seen this movie, no. Maybe we can watch it on stream sometime.
Free. Completely will set you free.
Thanks for the donation, Alfred Shitcock.
Anyway, I wanted to make a video real quick because I got a message from a kid saying that they started smoking weed because of my videos, and that's not a joke. I have never once smoked weed. I've never been high, and that's not a lie. That's a God, swear to God. Okay, right hand to God, left hand to God, fucking two hands to God, hand holding a cigarette to God. That's the truth. And I've never met anybody who long term had that where weed was a long term positive force, positive thing in their life. Okay, and this is a deadly serious topic, by the way. Everybody I've talked to, everybody I've interacted with who is into weed at all has it eventually morphs into a source of stress, a thing that makes you mentally unbalanced, a thing that
Yeah, so I would disagree.
About himself. So I said, let's do a small fundraiser. We can't raise $10,000 for the guy. You know, you talk to enough people, he raised $10,000 in a fund. He should have himself food to eat. He probably is on food stamps or something. That he's over 65. I'm not actually sure what his financial detail is, but he's not. He's way out there. He's way out there. Nobody hires him. He's been probably let go of every job. He doesn't really have income. He's not a person that gets along with other people. He's a severely traumatized person. It's angering to see how he talks about it against Israel. It's very angering to talk how he praised. He wrote a tweet that he praised October 7th. To say that's frustrating to see is obvious, but you have to take a look. Sometimes you just have to look back and see what's going on. I mean, this guy's out of his mind. Same thing. Gabor Mate is the same thing. Gabor Mate always talks about compassion, and he spoke with zero compassion about October 7th. Again, a severely traumatized person. Anyone who knows children of Holocaust survivors totally gets it. But you don't, because you're a Dunsky moron, idiot that's on TikTok and you don't have good information. It's either you hate Jews or you hate white people or you're just full of hatred. And then you say, you come with an example. Or you're on Threads and you come with an example. It's stupid. The main thing is that Israel finishes its job. The main thing is that Israel does what it has to do. And the main thing is that you write comedy about Norman Finkelstein ordering a sandwich. Pickles? No! No! Anyway.
Norman Finkelstein ordering a sandwich. That's a good one.
It's constrained. Basically, your sexual energy gets stuck either in your genitals or your mind. Imagine sexual energy that if we close your eyes right now and imagine looking at yourself almost from third person, kind of like you're a character in like a video game character selection screen. Sexual energy you can view almost like a red mist, and the red mist, you know, like a spray bottle. Imagine I got a little spray bottle that you use for plants and I put red liquid inside and I sprayed red mist on you. That's what sexual energy will kind of look like, right? And mostly it will be a
sexual energy looks like a red mist. Got it.
Around your genitals, so around your dick and your balls, or in your over your brain. Like this is how you could almost imagine it, right? You fap at times when you are unskilled enough to circulate this energy around your body. So what this means is, imagine, okay.
You fap when you're horny. If he was going out with this girl and he'd have sex with her when he was horny, how is that any different?
Here's you character selecting. Okay, we're like imagining you in third person, right? You're just doing a normal life, and then you randomly get a thought about something horny, like something sexy, right? So the girl that you like or some porn that you watched, that you randomly get a thought. What instantly happens is that red mist grows and gets darker around your mind. And then one of two things happens, or one of three things, but it'll only be two for you. Either one, you'll keep fantasizing about whatever you're thinking about, and that red mist will again get darker and more concentrated in your mind. Or two, if it feels like safe enough to do so, your body will kind of allow your genitals to get aroused, and then your dick will get hard, and that red mist will then mostly move over to your dick. That's where your sexual energy is. This is where most men stop. This is why most men have problems with ejaculation, with fapping, with porn. You want to fix this problem? I'm going to go.
Where the fuck is he getting this idea? He's saying most men have an addiction to porn. No, they don't. Like, if you look at any large population-based study on porn use, it's rare that you ever see porn addiction.
I want to give you advice that no one's ever told you before, but this is the thing that actually helps. The way to, close your eyes again, the way to overcome the problem of fapping and lust and everything is to see that sexual energy that is now like focused and constrained and stuck on either your genitals or your mind, and to move it and disperse it all over your body. Because you can imagine how, look at how dark and concentrated it is right now. If we spread out that red mist over our body, it would be so spread out and diluted that it'd be more like this pink, like this beautiful haze of like a nice buzz. It wouldn't be this incessant need to spray your seed to release, because that's what it feels like. Open your eyes, right?
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
This is what it feels like for this young man and for you. It feels like this need to release a certain amount of energy. As soon as you get that trigger, that mental thought, or your dick randomly gets hard, you have this masculine need to release energy and to feel more free. If you do that through nutting, through ejaculating, you temporarily, for like a few seconds, you get that release, but then obviously you feel like a degenerate, you feel like an idiot, you've reset your nofap streak, all of that stuff, right? We don't want to be doing that.
I've said this before, it's not normal to feel like shame after masturbating. This guy's come from a Muslim family. He's Pakistani. He probably was raised in a certain way to feel these sorts of things about sex. So I don't know why the fuck you'd get advice from some deranged fucking Middle Eastern retard who grew up in a family that basically told him sex is evil. Like, why would you get sexual advice from somebody like this? Bootycom donated $2. Let me see. Okay, that's how that works. No red mist, I see. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
This is what you need to do. You need to circulate that energy, and the way you do that is through your breath. So your breath can be used to control your sexual energy. This is shit you've never spoke about before. This is in like spiritual text. I learned this from the book, The Way of the Superior Man, that you can go and research after this. This is how to do this. Close your eyes again and imagine you in third person, kind of like the characters, you know, like when you're choosing between characters on a game, and it says like, oh, you can't unlock this character yet, whatever. Like, here's your character, right? And we've just, you're scrolling on your phone, and then on Instagram, there's a pretty girl there, and the fantasy's built up. That red mist is over your brain. Then, since you're at home and it's kind of safe to do so, the red mist will move over to your dick, and your dick will start getting hard, and you'll think about, okay, I need to release, I need to stroke my dick and ejaculate, because like, I need to release this energy. That's what the...
I'm a loser. I got a small dick. Christy blocks me over and over. I can't even seal the deal with a random bitch online, know what I mean? I had to make all these sock accounts just to keep talking to Christy. I get high all day, it's the only thing I do.
Well, that's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Bert. Appreciate it.
The peasant version of you will do. That's what the mediocre version of you would do. The superior version of you will feel this energy over his dick, feel his dick getting hard, and he will then focus 1,000,000 times more on his breath. And the first thing that he'll do is start...
Here we go, breathing.
Start to breathe really fully. So he will extend his chest outward. Now open your eyes and look at me. This is what we need to do. Too many of us, and you especially, are like this all day. Basically, we're curled in on ourselves. We're very like, we're like this. We're like, this is what we look like these days. Like, we should be like this, like straight up, right? Many of us look like this, like we're curled in. When you're like this, you can't breathe as well.
Oh my god. Hello. Hey, BMO. How you doing? You're a kitty.
And why do you think we're like this? Because we're on fucking computers all day. You look like this right now. Like, you look like, you know, Gollum from Lord of the Rings. You look kind of like that, like every day as you play video games, as you watch fucking another self-improvement YouTube video, top 7 ways to be on NoFap. You look like fucking Gollum from Lord of the Rings. No offense, but you do, right? So this is what you do. Sit up straight and extend like your chest outwards and your back backwards. So this is how your body should be. And you almost want to overemphasize it a little bit, since you've got like some like damage to reverse. And as you do this, now breathe from your nose and feel the point.
So the positions you sit in or lie in do not affect posture. It's a myth that, oh, if you hunch over while you're working, you're going to have like a rounded spine. That's not how your body works. So, no, that just doesn't do anything. Just sit in whatever positions you feel most comfortable.
At which your breath kind of goes down but then stops. So imagine I'm breathing now and this is indicating where I can feel my breath. Do this with me. Indicate where you can feel your breath get up to.
Can we watch this at the last 2 minutes before they count down to see if anything unhinged happens?
Let me see. Sure, I guess. We got 18 more minutes to go till New Year's. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Mine got up just above my belly button. Where did you stop yours? Don't bullshit. Where did you stop yours? Maybe around here, right? Maybe there, maybe around your stomach. I can guarantee that not a single person who has a problem with fapping who's watching this video brought their fingers down all the way to their balls. When you can feel...
What? This is just unhinged.
your breath in your balls and in your dick. By that point, you'll be able to control your lust. It's almost that simple. That's the metric.
Hamza, do you know where your lungs and your diaphragm are? Like, this is just bizarre.
That I'll tell you. So this is what you need to do. You need to get to the point where you can, what Elliot Hulse, this old YouTuber, used to say is, breathe into your balls. You want to breathe so fully and so deeply and for so long that your balls kind of move. They kind of like...
You cannot force your balls to move by breathing deeply.
Kind of like jump a little bit, right? So you try it again. This time really breathe fully. It should be almost like a 10-15 second breath. Mine again was only about 5 second breath, and mine only got to my belly button. So that means I'm restrained in some way. If I got a random trigger right now, like if I thought of porn or whatever, it would be a struggle for me to overcome that. It would be a struggle for me to overcome that, right? What we need to do then sometimes is to free up your body even more. Maybe you've been sat down for too long. Maybe you need to like twist and turn and be authentic to yourself, that your body's kind of restrained. Maybe you need to like, you know, like stretch out like this and let your body open up a little bit more. And what we want is, imagine yourself in that character selection mode again and that red mist is stuck over your dick. What we want is for you to visualize that when you breathe, that red mist starts to move. When you inhale, the red mist gets kind of more concentrated and darker. This is the problem. When you are in this mode of like being triggered and, you know, wanting to like to fap, you breathe so...
Maybe at 1200. We can all come at the same time so that we're all synced. So everyone hold up your dicks, open up another tab on your browser and start yanking. We're gonna start right. The combined masculine energy will be transferred to Christy.
That sounds like an idea. Let's all do that. Thanks for the donation, Bert.
Shallowly that the energy doesn't really move, it just stays there in your genitals or in your mind. But if you can start to open up your breathing and to have prolonged inhales, prolonged exhales. Exhale, sorry, I should have mentioned exhale.
The only way breathing deeply...
Perhaps he is referring to kayaking.
Oh, yeah. No. He's definitely not. Thanks for the donation, Gohan. The only way breathing deeply is going to reduce, like, sexual urges is just by making you lightheaded. Like, yeah, if you go... and you're horny, like, eventually your head is gonna hurt and you're gonna get lightheaded, and I guess that'll help you not be horny anymore, but I don't know why you'd resort to that.
Just want everyone to know this Hamza autist is wearing a medium slim fit t-shirt. Happy New Year's, guys.
Yeah, that is true. That is pretty beta male of him. And he's wearing 2 fucking necklaces, too. That's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Boonav.
Sales are the ones that will spread the energy out.
Jason Blaha replied to your reaction to his video from a few streams ago.
Did he now? Let me see. Yes, VG literally said this week, 1, haven't made any gains. Below is me on Monday at age 47. Dude, really? He's that fucking triggered? Is this him? He still doesn't have a fucking checkmark. Oh no, wait, he does have a checkmark. This is him. He's actually that triggered. Haven't made any gains. Below is me on Monday at age 47. Yeah, he has to mention his fucking age because otherwise... that I just bought this McDonald bar because I don't know how to train and think a new bar will fix it. Have been using it on camera off and on since 2020. Well, that settles that. Carry on. This is the normal shit he fucking does every time he wants to obfuscate, like, any sort of criticism. So, I've never seen him use this cambered bar before. I'm pretty sure that's a new bar. I've seen him use a different cambered bar for squats. I've been following him fairly closely since, like, ever since the ice cream fitness days. I've been following him pretty closely. Never seen him use that cambered bar before. So I'm pretty sure he's lying, and that's a new bar. Secondly, my criticism of his training was that he's claiming to train for 405 bench, and he was only lifting 225, and while using the cambered bar, he was still going to about the same depth as he would with a normal straight Olympic barbell. He was doing, like, partial reps with a fucking cambered bar. And rather than... like addressing those criticisms, like, oh, this was a light training day, or it was a deload, or something, and then, like, also dealing with the fact that he wasn't using a full range of motion and saying something like, oh, I didn't want to injure myself, it's the first time using the bar. No, he mentions that he's 47. I don't know how the fuck that's relevant. 47 isn't fucking 87. When you're 47 years old, it's not like you're fucking falling apart. There are people who are still getting stronger and breaking records into their fucking 40s. So that's fucking nonsense. You can still develop strength even into your 50s. So his age has nothing to do with this. He's also on steroids, and he just makes up this fucking excuse. Oh, I'm old and I've been using this bar for a while, so there. Has nothing to do with the criticisms I made against him. I mentioned he's weak, which he is. He's weak as shit, and I think it's probably because he's off PEDs right now, and he doesn't know how to train. And he's not even lifting properly. And rather than explaining why he's lifting in a certain way, or why he's using this amount of weight, he just talks about something completely different, like his fucking age. Like, that's his fucking excuse? Oh, you're only benching 225, that's pathetic. I'm 47! What a loser. Oh my god. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
Everywhere, which is what you want. That feels like a warm delight. So when the energy is all on your dick, it feels like, oh fuck, I really want to fap, I need to release. When the energy moves all across your body to your fingertips, to your toes, it feels kind of like a 5% buff in a video game that's just on you all the time. It's like, you don't need this need to explode. It's like this nice, like, rejuvenating buff that you get from, I don't know, killing the jungle monster in League of Legends. I'm assuming you understand these, no offense. I'm assuming you understand these terms, right? So when you feel the next time that you want to fap, and you're mentally fantasizing about women, or your dicks gets hard and you feel like you need to release, focus way more on your breath, and just imagine that when you breathe fully, what's happening is that...
I don't know why it's a problem to masturbate. Like, he's never explained why masturbating is a problem. It relieves stress, and there's actually very good data suggesting it lowers risk of prostate cancer. People who masturbate or ejaculate frequently have 30% lower rates of prostate cancer compared to men who don't. So prostate cancer is horrifically debilitating. It's the most common form of cancer in men. If you get prostate cancer, you can be in a situation where you'll never be able to orgasm again. You can't get an erection, and you may be in constant chronic pain. So if you could reduce prostate cancer by 30% just by like ejaculating at least 3 times a week, why the fuck wouldn't you? It's just so bizarre.
Clump of dark red sexual energy, when you breathe fully, starts to open up and get a little bit lighter till it gets like pink. When you keep breathing fully, visualize that dark red energy spreading out, not just in your dick anymore, but all across your belly. Maybe do it to the rhythm of like 15 breaths, which will take a few minutes. We'll get to it. That red energy will then touch your fingertips and your toes. So that's about the rhythm, right?
Okay, so buddy, I'll tell you straight up, if you're horny and you want to fuck, and breathing deeply 15 times makes you not horny anymore, you're a bitch. Like, you're just not, you don't have much testosterone. Like, this guy just seems like he's never fucking had to deal with a lot of sexual urges before in his life. The idea that just breathing deep is going to make you not horny any fucking more. Like, I've been in situations where I've had surgery on my testicles or my dick where I couldn't, like, ejaculate or have sex or masturbate for weeks or even months. Like, I'd literally want to punch holes in the fucking wall. I'd be thinking about it constantly. I'd just be sitting in bed fucking sweating, just thinking about fucking. And, like, I'd go in and out of being in horrific pain because if I got an erection, the stitches would start fucking popping after I got my circumcision. Like, this sounds like something an asexual fucking loser would come up with. Like, no one who fucking produces an adequate amount of fucking hormones from their fucking balls is going to suddenly not be horny anymore because they fucking breathe deep 10 or 15 times.
So basically, the action step here is the next time you feel like you need to fap, breathe really slowly for 15 breaths. Count it to 15, and every breath that you do, see that dark red glob ball.
Yeah, that is just idiotic.
All of energy, of like misty energy, start to expand and dilute throughout your body, and when it reaches your fingertips and toes, you won't even want to like fap or release anymore. It won't feel like you need to release. It'll feel like just a pleasant boost to your normal everyday life. That boost you can then go and use for your work, for your purpose, for your workouts, everything, and you don't feel like a goblin in public anymore. I want to just read the...
He feels like a goblin in public because he's masturbated. Why is anybody taking any sexual advice from this fucking weirdo?
The rest of the comments here, you can skip off. That's the advice I was going to give, but I'm just going to read the rest of the comments if you were interested in that. So when Mason...
Yeah, when I do my Hamza, I think I'm going to do a series just debunking Hamza and making him look like a fucking idiot. This video is definitely going to be included. What's the deal with this terrible live stream? Okay, nothing's happened yet. 5 more minutes.
Potential overdose! Anyone have Narcan? This guy's still following us, by the way.
I'm insane.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Drug addiction. Ma'am, are you okay? Homelessness.
Just understand that you guys are just one paycheck away from being out here too.
Racism.
There's nothing wrong with being racist.
Protest. Crime.
And being trafficked against my will.
Chaos. Are you on fentanyl right now? He's pooping. Wait, you're taking the poop? And free fentanyl?
We're out here just giving out free fentanyl.
Really?
It's a non-profit.
This is real?
Who wants free fentanyl? Line up.
This is how you clean up the streets.
3 years ago, in June of 2020, Seattle protests emerged following the death of George Floyd and denouncing racial injustice and police brutality. These protests were met with a heavy-handed police response using tear gas, glass balls, takedowns, and arrests as protests turned to riots and chaos and looting ensued. In an effort to placate protesters, the mayor surrendered 5 blocks of the Capitol Hill neighborhood, and the police evacuated the zone completely, leading protesters to occupy the zone, banning police from entering, and declaring independence as the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, Chaz, later renamed CHOP, as protesters vowed to occupy the zone until Seattle's police budget was cut in half. But after a little over 3 weeks of chaos, Chaz had 4 shootings, rape, robbery, and 2 murders, including the death of a 16-year-old boy in June 29th, led to Seattle's mayor to issue an executive order to dissolve Chaz and restore order to the neighborhood. But how did Seattle get to this boiling point? How did these events permanently impact the city? And what does the future of Seattle look like when considering the problems it faces today? Before I meet up with one of the founders of Chaz to understand the initial goals of the protest.
Wasn't Seattle a pretty good place to live like 10 or 15 years ago?
I met up with Seattle journalist Jonathan Cho.
You're a liar. Get this.
Anytime there's somebody who has green or purple hair, I get a little nervous.
To go boots on the ground and see the state of chaos in Seattle today.
You know, I've been threatened. I've been chased with a guy wielding a baseball bat.
Right there, here's a baseball bat.
Looks like he trimmed his hair.
Who, Tyler Oliveira? Or are you talking about, what's his name? Beardsley McTurbanhead, Hamza. Thanks for that donation though, James. See if anything happens here. 3 minutes till New Year's. This live stream actually, like, sucks.
Listening to this guy makes me keep thinking of that Marvin Gaye song.
I don't know which Marvin Gaye song you're talking about, but thanks for the donation, Silvermoth. Two more minutes.
Here's the link CBS's live stream instead.
Alright, that's probably better. See if there's going to be a terrorist attack.
This is for Christy. Fap 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 fap. Fap 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 fap. Take IT, Christy, take IT.
Alright, well, thank you for that, Bert. Appreciate the donation, sir.
I meant sexual healing. Also, all the kitty cameos are making this a great New Year's Eve stream.
Yes, we have had quite a lot of cats on camera tonight. Thanks for the donation, Silvermoth. Let's see. No terror attack as of yet. Hey, 2 dudes kissing. And they're wearing Planet Fitness hats. Alright, well, it's officially 2024. Well, I was expecting an explosion and then a bunch of Hamas terrorists come out, but I guess we'll have to wait for that.
He came charging at me. This guy right here.
Knives. You got a knife! Even nunchucks. I got a dude coming at me with nunchucks. I will say, for the most part, the homeless out here are just trying to survive. Once we go in, it is treacherous. You're going to be dodging trash, garbage, drug needles. Oh, that's a given at these encampments. And then the traffic, man. It is just absolutely insane that the homeless are living right next to cars going 70, 80 miles an hour. I just want you to be aware of what we're about to face. We are entering at our own risk, and clearly there are several people here right now.
So if you see the propane tanks right there, that's obviously dangerous, right?
Oh yeah, there are fires here at these encampments weekly.
Sure.
It's a total liability for this neighborhood.
Okay. That looks like it'd do some damage.
Kid Boo donates to your super base. Let me see.
American people are the biggest slaves of any citizenship in the entire world because the American people are the only people that are told, go work super hard, go take a massive amount of your life, and we're going to take at least half your money. When we take half your money, we're going to send it overseas, or we're going to mismanage it, or we're going to send it over here for quote unquote.
Oh my god, dude. There's a progressive tax system for one thing. So when this guy says, oh, we're going to take 50% of your money, he has to be making like what I think you get a 50% tax rate once you make over like 400,000 or something. This guy's rich and he's saying this. Like, yeah, you do, a lot of your money goes away to taxes, but again, not 50 fucking percent unless you're mega wealthy.
Aid. Where's our motherfucking aid? Where's our aid from Kuwait or any of these other rich countries to fix our homeless problem? You ever notice that none of the other citizens on the planet work so that we can have a better here in America? It's always the other way around. Why the fuck are we, the citizens of the United States of America, financing the well-being of every other fucking country?
This guy acts as if this doesn't fucking benefit the United States. You think that maybe if we elevate other nations and help them deal with their own domestic issues, that doesn't help with things like international trade?
In this planet, until people wake up to that and say no more, shit's gonna...
Yeah, this guy's just a fucking moron.
Looks like he had his hair trimmed.
Who do you mean? Hamza or this douchebag? Thanks for the donation, James.
Great run of this, sir. Maybe we put that down, though?
Oh yeah, I'll put that down. I just wanted to show you.
No,
that.
that's intense.
I mean, this is a club with nails. I mean, this is like Walking Dead style here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave this out here. Hey, what's up, brother? Hey, my name's Jonathan Cho, local journalist. I just want to introduce you to my friend Tyler.
Is that for you guys to protect each other? Is there conflict out here?
There's always conflict, bro.
Do you use anything out here? Like fentanyl or anything like that? Yeah. And as we talked to this guy, what appeared to be the mayor of the camp pulled up behind us and asked us what we were up to. If there's anything the city can do to help you guys get permanent housing? Okay. Would you like us to...
Is he juiced?
Is who juiced? I don't think we've seen anyone in the last few minutes that is on steroids. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
To get out of here, is that... Okay.
We'll tell him over there, man.
Okay. Fair enough, man. We took the hint and peeled out before things got violent. Everyone here had weapons, baseball bat with nails in it.
Look, he's carrying the club.
Okay.
I think it's time to move. He might be coming in our direction.
Okay. At this moment, I was unsure if I was about to get killed, but it turns out he wanted to give me an early Christmas present. I can give it! He just wanted to talk. What's the biggest thing that can be done to help you, personally?
Let me get one of those little tiny homes.
Are there programs, Jonathan, that he could enter right now? If he said, hey, I will be sober, please give me housing?
Detox.
But detox just sends me right back out.
You know, the problem, though, is we don't have enough people to walk with Devin through the journey. Okay. That's one of the challenges, is you can't just put somebody in detox and then just release them back onto the streets. Devin will agree, the vast majority of people out here are here because they're lacking the community. It's the broken relation or family, the broken relationships, and that's the narrative that is not being pushed. It's not an affordable housing issue. Devin, if you were just given an apartment, would that solve all your problems?
No.
What can anyone walking the streets or anyone who may see this do to help you get out of this situation?
Just understand that you guys are just one paycheck away from being out here too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is wild. I've never seen anything like this.
Welcome to Seattle. They're human beings, man. They're somebody's mother, father, daughter, son, uncle, aunt. If we look at each person that way instead of as a criminal or a drug addict, we have a better chance to get to know their story and help them get off the streets.
We got a gift? Let's keep going. Let's go. I'm gonna put this in the trunk. After narrowly avoiding a Negan-style execution, we begin to enter homeless camps right next to the highway and realize...
Birdman Donate Tillers, do you think going to college makes someone smarter than someone who didn't? No. Being smarter makes you smarter than someone else. Thanks for the donation, though, Birdman.
As we were being followed, they're obviously,
They're following us, bro. So it's
Okay.
gotta move. Tyler, for real.
Okay, all right, we gotta go. All right, it says for real, we gotta go. Keep in mind, they may be right behind us. There's a guy coming this way. There's another guy. Let's be aware of our surroundings. Seriously,
There
watch
we
out, watch
go.
out, watch out.
Fucking assholes are lighting fireworks outside.
Literally, we are at an overpass right now. This is wild.
Going to these camps, you have to have an exit strategy. I know all the entrances and exits. That's one. We know where to go. And just know that there are moving cars right now next to us going 80 miles an hour.
As we stumbled upon a tent with a bucket full of what looked to be human feces, the stench was so bad, we began to wonder if someone had died inside. You see flies here in there? You think someone's dead in there?
I don't know.
It might be worth a wellness check. I don't know.
Happy New Year, VG. Any New Year resolutions? Hope Jasmine's doing good. Well, I have 2 New Year's resolutions. One, I want to bench 405, which I think will happen soon. And 2, I want to fap every single day, 10 times a day. But Happy New Year to you too, Aaron.
There could be someone dead there.
We have found bodies in these tents before.
Is anyone in there?
Hey guys, welfare check. Welfare check, guys. You guys okay?
Seems like no one's there. Needle caps all across the ground here. And right off the freeway. Look at this. I don't even know how they get their stuff here. How you doing, sir? Do you feel safe living right next to the freeway here?
Not really.
No?
Because at any point in time, there could be a traffic accident, car could slide up and
Sure.
take out one of the houses.
Will the city ever come here and intervene?
No. What they pretty much do is they come and they clean up trash and stuff like that, and that's pretty much it.
Have you ever seen or known anyone who's gotten hit by a car?
Yeah.
Yeah? How common is that?
Very.
Very?
Very common.
You see 2 propane tanks right there. And look,
I mean, look at
right
this.
across the street.
We've got single-family homes. This is unacceptable in our society. And if you look right now, look, you have multiple pieces of luggage.
It's not the same name on all these.
It's not the same name at all. There's been an epidemic right now where you have
luggage theft.
Luggage theft. The cycle is the addicts go into a Target or a Walmart or Walgreens.
We have this person taking everything from the counter.
Then they'll steal items, then they'll hit the streets, a very busy area, and sell this stuff for pennies on the dollar. And the buyers are the little Asian grandmas because they want the deals. It's like the people who are working who'll go into these neighborhoods and they're fueling the crisis as well.
Wow, let's check this out. These homeless tents were built right next to premium Seattle real estate, and some of them even had a multi-million-dollar view. Wow, batteries on the
You
ground.
can also argue that camping out here gives you the best views of the city.
Look at this. That is truly epic. While drug addiction kept many of these people on the streets, we stumbled upon this giant fortress that...
Dude, fuck Seattle. Holy shit. This place looks like a hellhole. I always heard Seattle's a really nice place.
led me to wonder if some of these people actually preferred living on these streets. This is a pretty epic fortress you have here almost. How long did it take to build this?
It's not done yet.
You feel safe out here?
It almost feels like home, I guess.
Is fentanyl the biggest drug out here?
Biggest drug out here?
Yeah.
Probably oxygen.
Oxygen?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Hey there, how's it going? Is it too cold for you out here?
Not in this blanket.
Okay, fair. Do you need any help from anyone? And if so, how could someone help you?
Well, I don't need any more help.
Okay.
I got all the things I need.
Notice what he said. He said he's choosing this.
Oh, the lifestyle.
The lifestyle.
Sure.
That is the piece that certain homeless advocates don't want out there. And what do you do about these people in society?
I don't know.
These are the people who've given up on society. They're done. They don't want to work anymore. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay their bills. You've got the activists saying, oh, if you just give everyone here housing, we can solve the crisis. Well, the problem is, as you've clearly encountered, there are people who want to stay out here. What do you do about them?
After establishing homelessness was, in some cases, a voluntary lifestyle, Jonathan took me to an even more extreme example of this beside a railroad. Look at all this propane tank. Holy smokes.
Guys,
whoa.
Guys, here it is.
Come over here.
We should assume everyone here has weapons. They do not want us here. And I've already established some relationships, but I don't know if my guys are still here.
So we're walking through a heap of trash, and I'm ready to run if necessary.
There are animals in here too. This is the only other issue, guys. There are a lot of stray dogs here.
Protocol, if things get shaky, sprint for your life, all right? Is that a swastika?
Yeah.
Wow. And as we approached the summit of this hill, we encountered this dude, power tools in hand, appearing to weld something car-related. After Jonathan's quick use of level 99 charisma, we had unlocked safe passage to explore the area.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you. I mean, these guys are all self-sufficient. Everyone's running on generators here. There's power, there's electricity.
It seemed like some of these homeless people just didn't want to be part of society. But after driving to a homeless camp right outside a residential neighborhood, I met a pregnant woman who wanted help to get off of the streets but could not receive any.
My niece was illegally evicted.
I get it.
Illegally. Didn't I just tell you?
No,
what
you told me. I get it, yeah.
This is not because of fentanyl.
No, I understand that.
Or any of that. She has nothing to do with the drug use, though, so please understand that.
No, I understand that. Hi there.
Hi.
I've heard you're pregnant and you're in need of housing.
Yes.
Have you looked for housing since?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
What was the response given?
Well,
nothing.
Nothing?
She's in a tent.
You can't tell.
What would you recommend she do? She's pregnant. She's on the streets right now. She wants housing.
Have you considered going to other outreach groups or other nonprofits like Salvation Army,
Yes, I
Union
have.
Gospel
Yes,
Mission?
yes.
What are they saying? I know Union Gospel Mission would potentially take you in.
Nobody want to be in no nasty mission.
It's dirty, it's unsanitary.
But that's not the case. See,
Okay, got it.
And I understand that may be their experience, but they can get you off the streets right now, and at least for the sake of your baby.
I understand that, but there's multiple. There's not. You don't get your own room. You know.
This chick is a drug addict, clearly.
I'm saying you're around everybody.
I see.
I'm saying there's germs. And I'm pregnant. I can get sick easily. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you'd rather take your chances out here than be in a place that where you have to share a.
I'm sorry, but this right
room?
here is a lot cleaner than the Salvation Army or
Dude, she's a fucking addict.
a shelter.
Yes. I'm saying we want housing, not tiny homes or shelters, because they dictate your lives. They tell you who you can and can't have over.
Are there any other qualifications, like you guys can't use drugs as an example?
It's not about the drugs. It's about people dictating your lives, okay? So it's an American thing where I should be able to call my friend up and say, hey, come over. Not, come over. Do you have ID? Show it at the front counter.
Got it.
Okay, you know, that's retarded. Like,
So I have a quick question though. Do you understand how some
20 years.
Some people hearing
Hamza.
Oh, Hamza. Yeah, maybe you got a haircut. I don't know. Is Hamza juiced? No, he's not. He is probably the best example of somebody who does not take steroids because he's tiny and weak. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
you almost say that's a sense of entitlement, that there are people who are working 2-3 jobs. I'm just asking for the sake of asking.
They never experienced it.
People working 2-3 jobs that don't realize one bad day and they're this close.
What would you wish for if you could talk to the mayor right now or the governor?
So give me a place to live that is safe.
There's urine, there's human feces, there's drug dealing going on. Is that safer than this shelter that's allegedly unsanitary? Look,
why do you think they're choosing to be out here?
Because they don't want to follow the rules.
Okay.
Do you deserve an apartment in Seattle when there's so many others who are working 2-3 jobs?
And then, out of nowhere, a person frantically stalking us from behind, covering their face with cardboard, began yelling at us, asking who we were. Hi there.
Here goes.
Hi. Oh, what's... My name is Tyler Oliveira. What's your name?
What is your business?
We have a YouTube channel. You came up here running.
Actually,
yeah?
In front
of
a criminal network, a criminal tent.
Talk to me.
I can't, for my safety.
Okay.
You're in front of the camel tent that's a drug ring.
We saw that. We can blur your face. Would you like to talk to me?
I will, but I won't wait in front of a camel.
Okay. You came here, you're visibly upset and concerned about your own safety?
Less so about safety than I'm sick to death of picking up human poop.
Sure.
I'm sick to death of picking up garbage every single day, including meth, the foil. It's dangerous for dogs.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for people. There's unmitigated shoplifting. The laws have to be changed because they're actually...
Dude, this is one thing I don't like about Tyler Oliveira. Like, somebody mentions shoplifting, and then he shows a video of a fucking black woman who clearly isn't homeless stealing a fucking purse off a shelf. Like, and again, no disclaimer like saying, oh, this is unrelated to Seattle or this area or anything like that. Like, it's just kind of gross how he fucking does shit like that. It's a little racist that he fucking finds a black person doing it. And it's also, like, again, where's that shoplifting thing from? He just found a random fucking clip off the internet. Yeah.
You live in the surrounding area.
Yes.
You are a concerned, upset resident of this neighborhood that's been overtaken by drug dealers, criminals, and homeless people. Is that accurate?
We're spending vast amounts on Narcan. The firemen are coming out all the time. Overdoses. I'm sorry, if you're not a teenager, you don't get Narcan. You don't get a second shot. I am not some crazy conservative, but things cannot end unless there are laws. This is not safe for me.
Yeah.
This is not safe.
Oh, okay, got it. We're gonna get going. All right. I get it.
I'm curious though, why did you come charging at us?
Yeah, what?
Because if I was gonna have some idiotic progressive thing like, oh, these poor homeless.
Happy New Year, VG. I wish you all the best.
Well, thank you, Bosvin. Wish you all the best too. Happy New Year to you too. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Poor people, you know, they're the poor entitled.
I thought she was a far-left activist coming up on us, but I didn't realize she was a concerned neighbor.
With residents of certain neighborhoods that were destroyed by homeless camps, it seemed like people affected firsthand by progressive liberal policies that encourage harm reduction, nonprofits that enable and subsidize the homeless lifestyle, and politicians that weaponize this compassion to gain votes. The people directly affected by homeless camps are so afraid of speaking out in fear of being labeled an alt-right conservative that hates homeless people. But intrigued by this unspoken tension felt throughout the city, I headed towards the Capitol Hill neighborhood where the events of Chaz began. But on our way there, Jonathan saw an abandoned building being broken into, and we sped onto the scene to investigate further.
So let's see what we find.
We are entering the building right now, right there. This could potentially be dangerous. Hello? You don't live here, sir.
I was sitting here.
You're squatting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to get my stuff?
I mean, they don't want people living here.
Okay, well, I'll get my stuff. I got some clothes and stuff here, so.
Would you like to talk real quick now that we're here?
We're not the police.
No, I'm saying I'll get my stuff and go.
Would you like to share why you're here? We saw you.
I'm homeless.
You're homeless?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're squatting here?
Yeah. The furniture was already here.
Can we come in?
Yeah.
What's going on in here? There's a lot of pretty ladies, by the way.
Wow,
I was all here like.
Okay.
So I just have clothes, so I just get it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you find this place?
I was just walking by.
Walking by?
Yeah, and the door is open.
And are these your cutouts?
No, these ones aren't.
Okay.
You say you know the owner? Let's call the owner. I want to talk to the owner.
Should we call the owner?
Yeah, we should. Because I'm trying to get a job.
Okay. Is that meth?
All right. It's my pipe, yeah.
Okay.
People have been squatting in here. This connects to the rest of the motel.
Oh, so there's a tunnel right here.
Yeah, so we actually have they tunnel all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, about 5 years ago, I took up woodworking, and I could paint. I'm going to make my worth $50 an hour easy.
Sure. So you have skills you'd like to use and get employed.
Yeah, so you know, some people are like, you're 40, you're not going to learn that shit. And now I ended up homeless, and I got the skills now, baby.
Honest to God, it's pretty warm and cozy in here. I want to put that out there. Did you sleep on a bed too? In here? Yeah, I mean, you might as well see it. So we crawled through this dark tunnel in the building that led to an even darker room through another hole in the wall to get to this guy's room.
So this got tunneled, right? So
you want to peel the curtain back a little bit?
Right.
Oh, there's lighting. Who's back here?
No one.
Okay.
Just watch me.
Okay, let's check it out.
This is my you know, I got my steel saw, my tools right here.
We got propane tank right here.
Propane tank. Oh, yeah.
I got all your tools.
I'm a boss.
You're a boss, brother.
I got my Ray-Rays right here, my Ray-Ban.
Okay. Is that P right there?
Yeah, I didn't dump it out this morning. Hey, don't do the close-up.
Okay.
You know, some people save pee.
I'm not saving my pee.
Okay.
I just haven't had it.
But you know, some people do to drink it again because of the residue of fentanyl.
We ain't on that level.
Okay, not yet. Okay. Have you got on that point ever?
I've hit rock bottom already, bro. I'm going up.
Kid, questions. They seem kind of pointed, but I'm just curious.
My toolbox.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Check it out.
Yeah, bro. Don't. Oh, that's kind of badass.
I'm saying if I get cold, I open the umbrella and I scoot that right over.
Sure. If you had an address, do you think you could get a job?
I want more than that, dog. I'm trying to build like a real something that's gonna sustain my generations after me. You know?
I believe in it.
And paint is what's gonna do it. But you know, this is where I'm gonna make my fortune. The plan was to come and help Alex paint with terror painting.
Okay.
You know, it happened for like a month, but then someone broke into the van and stole a bunch of shit. So I got a chip on my shoulder, bro.
Brother, thank you so much for sharing.
Well, we now know you guys are at least straight.
Are you concerned about this right here, the propane tank? No?
No, man. I done firefighter training. Like,
really?
I got a lot of skills, right?
Sadly, only 11 days later,
Dude, this is fucking whack. Yeah, so fentanyl addicts will drink other fentanyl addicts' piss because you'll actually urinate out fentanyl, and you can get high off of a fentanyl addict's urine. So some people get desperate enough to drink someone else's piss to get high.
the motel burned down. One can only wonder how it happened and what happened to these guys we met. We got back in the car and headed back to Capitol Hill, but Jonathan gave me a warning of what we needed to be prepared for.
I've been dealing with so much hate from just the activist class, the far left in this city. I mean, I've been doxxed. I just kind of recorded some phone calls I received. I just thought it was kind of hilarious. You know, here's what some of the folks said to me.
I would really watch your back while you're out there doxing everybody.
Sounds like a threat. Absolutely.
Comes back on you. You're a transphobic piece of shit. You Jonathan Kelly, disgusting human being. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You're mentally ill. Total whack jobs.
Hi, Jonathan. Hi, little
This guy's a soy boy. I mean, listen. I got fired because I covered a Proud Boys rally, and I was accused of promoting this group when that wasn't the case. And afterwards, people just started harassing me and doxing me. They all know who I am.
So that is another thing that I don't like about Tyler Oliveira. He seems to just be okay with doing these sorts of stories with just anybody. Like, what's the likelihood that this guy got fired just for covering a Proud Boys rally? Like, he probably is a Proud Boys fan or promoter or was friendly with them.
I am. They don't want me near any of their initiatives or projects, and they come after me.
You have no life, because you got fired from Cairo, because you got fired from Cairo, because you're a Proud Boy.
You're a liar. Get this.
Get the out of here! Slash it!
They can't stop me. I refuse to be bullied, and that's what these losers are.
And we had finally made it to Capitol Hill. This is the LGBTQ plus capital of Seattle.
It's definitely one of them. It's got a highly concentrated area for the community.
And they love you here.
It depends who you ask.
Okay.
The communists and the Marxists who are trying to take this over for their land, they want to put the homeless in the front lines and say, hey, you can't move us. That's harmful to the homeless.
Basically, what Jonathan is saying is that organizers of Chaz used homeless people and strategically planted them in areas like Cal Anderson Park because, unlike a lot of protesters who might have gone home and slept in their homes at night during the protests, homeless people could be told to pull up a tent and stay there indefinitely.
You've got numerous tents that have now moved.
Got it.
How you doing? You have this kid here.
Hi there. Would you like to say hello?
Not to you guys, no.
Okay. Why is that? There's beef in the air that I'm unaware of. Do you think he knows of who you are?
I'm pretty sure he does. They don't like my style. They don't like the fact that I'm exposing them. And they feel as though they are vigilante security guards and that they're protecting this BLM garden and this homeless encampment. How is this being allowed in a public park in a world-class city like Seattle? This is a takeover, Tyler. They got crab. They're eating crab. Is this...
Looks good.
Tyler, I'm never, ever really concerned about the homeless it's always the activists. Clearly anti-cop, okay? This is a trans flag with a black star, and you have the entire trans movement now latching onto this as well. And they'll use this language. Again, you and I are on indigenous land. This is a message to the white man that this belongs to Native Americans.
And there's caps on the ground here.
The homeless, the drug addicts, we're destroying the bathrooms, man. I mean, kids go in there to, use the bathroom,
Jesus.
and they're standing next to needles and needle caps, and there's human feces just smeared against the walls.
It happens everywhere.
Oh, someone's in there.
Oh.
It happens everywhere.
You got it. So every major city.
One place where it doesn't happen, then it's the place where they keep homeless out or they scam people for drugs.
Are you doing fentanyl in there?
What kind of question is that?
I'm asking if you're doing fentanyl in there because bathrooms are being used for drug use.
That's everywhere in the United States.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
Would you like to share your thoughts on what's going on here?
I just did. It happens everywhere. It's everywhere.
Who should...
You have to do it. Man, read the Bible, and what would Jesus do?
What do you think he would do?
Why are you harassing people in the bathroom?
He actually...
He is harassing people in the bathroom. That is true.
Well, we were actually walking by, and then he said...
I said it's everywhere.
We have it all on camera.
These guys are just gonna try and get a rise out of you.
I guess we're having like a camera standoff here. But ultimately, the consensus is a conversation is not negotiable here.
This far-left activist is now going to call his comrades and say, look out for you guys.
What is comrades? Is that a particular word choice for any given reason?
People are commies, so, I mean, that's the language they use as well, so.
Okay. So typically speaking, who dislikes you in Seattle?
People with green hair and pink hair and purple hair, calling me transphobic, saying I'm anti-LGBTQ, saying I hate the homeless. Every agenda that they want to champion, they consider me the enemy. I'm not going to let some soy boy tell me where I can record and where I can walk. Are you kidding me? And the funny part is, I'm in support of the LGBTQ community. Oh, here we go.
Say, here we go. Did you see someone?
Anytime there's somebody who has green or purple hair, I get a little nervous, but... It was like yesterday, man, where you had protesters, literally up against the faces of police officers as they formed a human wall.
Yeah, this guy, he's doing this thing with Jonathan Cho is a little fishy. So he works for the Post Millennial now. Asian American journalist fired by Seattle ABC affiliate Coma after covering Proud Boys protest. Jonathan Cho, veteran reporter for ABC television affiliate Como in Seattle, has written an essay on Medium claiming he was fired for his coverage of a rally by the controversial Proud Boys group. Cho is covering the rally in the Washington state capital of Olympia earlier this month. He tweeted a photo montage of the Proud Boys rally, including some controversial music in the clip that drew outrage from the Twitterati, who allegedly accused him of being a white supremacist. Let me start out by saying I'm not a neo-Nazi, fascist, or white supremacist, Cho wrote on Medium. Those are just some of the names I've been called the last few days because of my coverage of the protests in Olympia, Washington. It's advertised as a rally for America. Cho, a reporter for 20 years, created a photo montage with sound from the march to end his day. The clips included music from the rally that included a song called We'll Have Our Home Again. Although Cho was unfamiliar with the tune, it is allegedly played frequently at Proud Boys rallies and similar gatherings. Sounds like he's a Proud Boys fan. Wanted to simply capture a moment in time with authentic visuals and sounds. It was clearly misinterpreted by some online, Cho wrote. Because of the uproar, Cho said his news director told him to take down all the social media related to the Proud Boys rally. He did so, but was fired the following day. Yeah, it sounds like he's probably a Proud Boys supporter.
trying to protect the East Precinct, but we all know the story. City leaders allowed the activists to take over this entire city block, and it was just chaos.
But for
yeah, dude, just because somebody's Asian, it doesn't mean they're not a white supremacist. Right now, there's actually quite a lot of Mexicans, people who are not white, who are actual Nazis. The guy who shot up that one shopping mall in Texas, he was a Mexican and a Nazi white supremacist.
For better context from the inside of the protest, let's say goodbye to Jonathan for now and say hello to Mark Anthony.
Has anybody here ever heard of the French Revolution before? Does anybody here know what happened to the people who did not get on board with the French Revolution? Say it louder. Say it louder.
This is not a party, and we have a mission to accomplish.
So I met up with Mark to try and understand what actually happened during the protests.
CHOP officially started in 2020 on, I would say it was June 8th. It all started with the death of George Floyd. Saw the injustice of a man dying from having a knee in his neck while being subdued by 2 police officers, while others were trying to help him and other police officers were holding them back. Me, myself, I've always been passionate about social injustice and civil rights issues, and so that was my wake-up call to come out and be a part of it. It started here, really. This was the intersection. People were coming here on a daily basis and we were protesting. And so basically we had, just face off, just protesting, very peaceful. And then that would go on all day and it would go on into the night. And during the night, it would get more aggressive. Level of aggression that the police operated with in response to a few bad players is what led to more and more people showing up. And at this point, the National Guard had been called in. It's not just police we're facing off now with. They were using tear gas on us every night or pepper spray or whatever it is, but essentially it's a chemical weapon. I tried multiple times to have officers come and speak to us, let us know how they felt about the situation, show us that you understand what we saw, the rest of the world saw was wrong, and let us know that you're not with them.
After days of protesters clashing with police, on June 7th, a man drove his car towards a crowd near 11th and Pine and shot a protester who tried to stop him. Chaos ensued, leading the mayor to order the barriers to be moved, and the police evacuated the precinct the next day, boarding it up on their way out. As protesters occupied Capitol Hill with little to no opposition, Chaz was born.
When the police first abandoned this building, I came that morning, and I came expecting the protest. And I showed up, and I was confused like everybody else. I believe the cops left because they realized that the tactics that they were using to, in their mind, de-escalate the situation was making it way worse. They had no right to abandon the people that live in this area. The people that were living here at the time couldn't get adequate medical services.
Do you think the cops should have stayed here?
If I was in charge of the police, I would not have had them abandon that building.
So how do you guys then organize and decide we're gonna make CHOP or Chaz?
That morning, there were still thousands of people that showed up to protest because we didn't know the cops were gone. A lot of people showed up, and now we didn't have the same direction of let's go and direct our frustration at the police. Instead, we're just there by ourselves. And so we decided, instead of just being here and being negative, we're gonna actually make this a positive space. We don't know when the cops are coming back, but right now we know that we have this space.
So real quick, what do we think this is? What happened here? An overdose? Yeah. Is it fentanyl related? I have no idea. Okay. Overdose.
This is another stupid thing he always does. He always asks, is it fentanyl? Is it fentanyl? Are you doing fentanyl? Is there fentanyl in there? Is this guy overdosing on fentanyl? Like, holy fuck, dude, we get it.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drugs in this area.
Like, I swear he just asks this because he knows the algorithm will, like, pick this shit up. Like, oh, fentanyl, so more views.
The time when this was going down, there were a few of us who had been protesting from before the area was an Occupy zone. Myself, Raz Simone, a few others. So people at this point were recognizing us as some of the leaders. I gathered a group of people. I said, all right, we got to come up with some new names. And somebody said, well, what about Capitol Hill Occupy Protest? CHOP.
Misconception might be that you guys show up here, we're gonna start our own society or civilization, and then they see you guys asking for materials. In reality, it's a protest.
It was a protest.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually the vice president of my nonprofit. Tracy was here every day with me at CHOP as well.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So we went back to the BLM garden in Cal Anderson Park.
Dodo Denny Tillers, Happy New Year. I needed to tell you something I saw last night, which was disturbing, so I was looking in Twitter and I saw a video of a Russian soldier torturing a squirrel. He had his limbs tied down, kind of stretched, and he was yelling at it to talk to him in Russian. That is horrific and disgusting. I hope that person meets a very painful and slow death. Anybody who would torture a squirrel is a piece of shit who needs to be put out of their fucking misery. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
To understand how the protesters used homeless people to achieve their goals.
So here we have members from the homeless community and people that are here to help them. So we actually invited the homeless to CHOP. And the reason that we invited them is because, as I mentioned, we wanted to defend that police precinct. But we knew people are just going to wait until people are gone in the middle of the night, and then they're going to try to break in and damage the building. The best way to make sure that we could get people to stay here regularly was to invite the homeless in. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to come and sleep on the concrete for 30 days. You know, in a row.
And it's clearly succeeded, right?
And so, yeah, we said, you know what, if you guys want to support this movement, we will help support you. And so we regularly had food out here for the homeless. We were giving away clothes for the homeless.
Were any of you guys here during CHOP? Why are you filming this? It's public property. We're just asking a question. We don't have to talk. You have a question too. Well, we're just talking about CHOP. Yeah, we're just taking a look at the garden that was formed here. But we see it's a camp.
We're trying to tear down the garden, and that's why we're here.
Oh, so you guys are here to prevent the garden being taken down?
Yeah, they're trying to take this whole area out and put it in a pickleball court.
These people, they're not trustworthy. They're not trustworthy.
Why is that? Can you explain why we're not trustworthy?
Please don't film me. I don't consent to be filmed.
Well, can you elaborate?
I don't want to talk to you, and I don't want to elaborate. Please.
So why is he frustrated at us trying to look at the garden?
They think you guys are untrustworthy, that you're going to go probably, you might be right-wing or something, and you might be publicizing this in a way that might slander us.
Got it. Yet despite this strong mistrust, this homeless guy who was here during CHOP came over to talk to me. You were here during CHOP?
I was here for all of CHOP.
Was there a division and conflict within CHOP from the get-go?
No, it was peaceful. It was unity, and then it went to hell.
And how many people died here while it did last?
Yeah, 2.
Who shot who and why?
I don't want to get into that.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that was the nail in the coffin of CHOP and what it represented at the time, or?
I think so.
We've got one person killed, potentially others injured. We don't know. We don't know what the incident was. But the Seattle Police Department cannot go in and has not confirmed.
That is correct.
How can that stand in America?
You guys are that afraid? There's no way. There's no way. He's dying. He needs your help. This is your job.
I want to make sure that
Oh yeah, I saw that video circulating a while ago on Twitter.
we have not been cleared to move into.
You are clear. We're giving you the clear. We will make sure you're clear. If he dies, it's on you guys. You could have saved his life. You could have, but you're not, because it's a black life.
And look at this video from live stream cameras just before 3 a.m. More than a dozen shots are heard. Video that captures what sounds like more than a dozen gunshots. And then at 2:59, at the very top of your screen, you can see that white Jeep plow into the cement barricades.
And it is abundantly clear to our detectives people had been in and out of the car after the shooting. Detectives are trying to get information from witnesses, but as has been the case in other crime scenes up in this area, people are not being cooperative with our request for help.
They tried to offer aid. They were offering aid for about 25 minutes. We were calling police, telling them, come in, you guys are safe, we're right here. It's very easy to access, but we need to get this man to a hospital. And for 25 minutes, I watched that man bleed out on the table. And man, it was actually one of the ugliest things I've ever seen, not just because I had to witness somebody die, but because I also had to witness how the people around were reacting to watching this young man die. A lot of people were just concerned about getting the video on their social media and recording it. Okay. It was incredibly frustrating.
So you watched this young man die in front of your eyes?
Yes.
Right there?
Yeah.
But this was our medic station. There was a lot of things that was going on with
Dodo Nutillers, imagine Trump in this for real. It's AI generated, but look at their faces. Looks like something from Alan Wake. Does kind of look like something from Alan Wake.
But the Quran is completely different to the Hadith. The Quran is from God. The Quran is not, oh, Muhammad did this, he went there, he married this, he did that. Right. So the purpose of the Hadith is because we have a working example. As a Christian, you can't follow the life of Jesus because you believe Jesus was God. So you can't follow his life, first thing. Second thing, you only...
What? Sorry? I don't know how that works.
Have 1 year or 3 years of his history. So Jesus was never married. So you have no indication how to be a husband or a wife. He was never had children, so you don't know how to be with your children and such. He was never a businessman. But he was never a diplomat. He was never a leader.
What? I don't think you need, like, somebody who lived 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago to be an example of how to be a good husband or wife. So this guy thinks somebody who had multiple wives, some of which were war brides that he literally fucking raped and forced to marry him. A guy who literally begged for money from Jews, and when they refused to give him money, he just genocided them all. Like, that's an example of how you should fucking live?
Right? He was never a king. He was never in any of these positions do you take as an example. Okay. But we have Muhammad ﷺ as a walking example of the Quran.
Dude, this guy is a fucking whack job. Holy shit. Where are French natives? Asks Eastern European tourist shocked by what he sees in Paris. Let's see. Well, it's Paris.
Коренные французы. Тут одни коренные французы. Одни коренные французы. Видите? Вот Франция, ребят. Я ж ничего не придумываю. А где белый-то? Тихо ты, брат. Тихо ты, вот белый.
He's in a tourist area in fucking Paris, France, and he's wondering why there's so many ethnic people.
Смотри.
Like, gee, I wonder why.
Ну, я решил такое видео записать, чтобы вы просто понимали обстановку. Фотку. Я хочу повторить ту фотку. Вот они, стоят французы.
Yeah, this guy is a fucking idiot. If you go to a touristy area in any major, like, city, you're going to see a lot of ethnic people because people go there to travel and, you know, see the big monuments and shit. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In Chop, I was almost assaulted in Chop.
Do I want to pet the Gabby? Well, of course I do. Want to pet all cats.
As well, and I called the police and they never showed up.
Can you explain the relationship between the police and the protesters at the time? And was one of the goals of CHOP to cut the police funding in half?
Separate group.
Separate group?
That was a separate group because, again, like I said, there was two sets of protesters. There was the protesters who wanted to defund the police, and there was the protesters like myself who wanted to keep the police but maybe hold them accountable. My question has always been, why did the police evacuate their building?
Seattle PD.
Yeah.
Maybe I can ask him. Were you here during CHOP by chance? Do you have any thoughts on it? No?
They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk that they abandoned their motherfucking police station. Excuse my language.
And as we walk to the police precinct that was abandoned by the police, leading to the formation of CHOP, Mark began to share why he thinks the government's current stance on drugs and harm reduction is racist. Why has it become a white supremacy thing?
Because a lot of it is geared towards the white community. Now look at the 90s during the crack epidemic.
Crack cocaine. The problem is crack cocaine.
They were en masse beating black people, throwing them in jail, locking them up for as long as they could. And now we see, let's decriminalize it. Let's give them safe injection sites. Make sure that they get free housing. Look at how the response was different from white to black. They have reversed their stance when it's white people that are the ones that are overdosing, doing the crime and drugs. Now all of a sudden we...
Well, it's true. That's actually... base take. I remember hearing some crazy statistic that during the 1990s, there wasn't a single felony charge for crack cocaine trafficking that involved a white person. It's insane. Like, it was clearly insanely targeted towards blacks.
We need to decriminalize this.
So you're saying if these were predominantly black people using these same drugs, the stance would be different?
Exactly. I'm saying that's what it is in general. When white people are going...
Dodo donated $2. What do you think of this? Let me see. Another pathetic video from Ukraine army. Not only do they recruit and send to the front line people who are totally incapacitated to fight unarmed, but their own fellow soldiers make fun and mock him. This is what supremacism does to a person turns them into an animal. Ukraine army.
Во! Що там, малий?
Чергую.
А де твій автомат?
Не дали ще, сказали в бою.
Чуєш, а то як його? Москалів їбашить будеш?
Москалів.
Ваха, вихід! Вихід, блядь!
I don't know what this is. Can you get this for Prismo? Let me see. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll try to get one of these. Oh my god. That's amazing. Some good cat cosplay. Send that to Jasmine. And also we need more edits like this to help Biden win.
We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line.
Yeah, Sigma's fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sengoku donated $2.
The moment you lose a little bit of weight, we're talking even a few pounds. I'm not even talking, you're talking about a stone. Even if you lost 5 pounds, what happens in your brain is your brain is used to you or me carrying a certain amount of weight. The moment your weight starts to go down as an adult, it goes, hey, this is a big flag comes up. This is reducing my chance of survival. This is what the brain thinks. And so what it does is it begins to use strategies, not conscious, nothing to do with our brain, anything like that, to drag us back up, kicking and screaming to where we were before. First of all, it makes us hungry.
Your brain isn't making you hungry. There's hormones that are released by your adipose tissue that actually control appetite. Your brain doesn't just make you hungry.
Okay, so it makes us hungry, and second, it actually very, very secretively lowers your metabolism ever so slightly, so that even eating exactly the same thing, you are now storing more than you're burning. Even eating.
Yeah, no, the metabolic adaptations you make to energy restrictions are pretty minor. They do not play a huge role in weight loss and weight gain. So, I think even like with extremely restrictive experiments where they like cut calories by 50%, you only see like about 100 calorie per day difference in energy expenditure. That can be accounted for by metabolic changes. It's not that substantive. Thanks for that donation though, Sengoku.
Going through something, the government will step in and help them. Oh, the farmers are having crops failing. Oh, you're going to get all kind of grants and this and that.
Do you think the United States is one of the most racist nations out there?
I think that they were victimized in the past and they are still being victimized now.
Activism seemed to be within the DNA of Seattle, and I saw a Free Palestine rally in downtown Seattle that same day.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Perspective, do you see any parallels to what we discussed in Shop and this?
Yeah, once again, I see it as a genocide. I see it as people of a different ethnicity.
Oh, here we go. I love the whole Palestinian genocide tards.
A different skin tone than the European descent that is the majority and...
Yep, I knew it. The only reason they care about Palestinians is because they're browner.
Race.
And for the last 6 weeks, they've been launching a genocide against completely innocent women and children. The average age of the fatalities in Gaza is 5 years old.
Yeah, that's false.
And all I'm saying is, Israel, it has a right to exist. Imagine if you're an American
And we had people from another country come over and rape and murder and torture 1,200 people here. Palestinians were offered a country.
Okay.
3 times offered, 3 times not accepted.
Okay.
Yeah, this woman's based.
I'm just saying, educate yourself about the real history.
So
Men, grandmothers.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you're trying to negotiate with an organization that believes in your total annihilation, how do you negotiate with them?
Any points of education someone watching might be able to learn from?
Don't trust the police.
Okay.
I mean, I swear to God, you know, I got locked up once in there. They've done the worst of.
Right. After hearing you guys out, I've decided.
Oh, geez. He found black Hebrew Israelites. I gotta see this shit.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, stay safe. Bye. Only a block away, I stumbled upon the black Hebrew Israelites preaching on the streets. Hey, what's going on here?
We're out here to actually teach our people who they truly are.
And who are your people? Representing black people?
Israelites, God's chosen people. God said that he created his chosen people, the Israelites, which will be the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans of today, to be above all other nations of people that are upon the face of the earth. What did the Most High God say about the other people? They are nothing, but be like unto spittle. But be like unto spit, right? That's how the Most High.
Wow. Yeah, they are fucking disgusting pieces of shit. They're actual black supremacists.
God feels about them, right?
What you know, do I qualify as a spit?
When you actually read the Bible, you find out that the Most High God does not actually love everybody. He only loves his chosen people. Yes.
Okay, so from your perspective, God is in support of whatever may happen in Gaza? Is that kind of what's going on?
Yes, God is all in support of war.
Okay.
But I gotta answer your question through the Bible.
So God is anti-peace, pro-war.
That's right.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, he's not about peace. The Lord is a man of war.
What? Yeah, sure, soon.
Even all the way back in the...
Son Goku $20, other than avoiding UV exposure, what's the best way to maintain high collagen levels on your body? Just by eating enough protein. Protein intake's important. Does lifting help your body maintain collagen? I'm not sure if it really affects collagen synthesis. It might. I think I recall one study showing weight training does improve skin quality. Lastly, if Joe Biden started weight training, could it help with his dementia? Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if he does have some sort of weight training routine. He does seem to stay fairly physically active. But yeah, it would likely help with cognitive decline. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Dodo donate $2. Good video. Watch after, maybe if you feel up to it. Let me see. Physics 2023's biggest breakthroughs. Probably watch that next stream. I'm gonna end the stream soon.
Bible days, he's always about war. He's about an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and revenge.
All right, top enemies of God from God's perspective, as you've interpreted the Bible. Okay, Caucasians.
Yep.
Chinese. Japanese.
Arabs.
And then modern day Jews.
And then the modern day Jewish man. He created them to be destroyed, right? So.
Wait, I was created to be destroyed?
Yes, because that's why the Most High God says.
That's weak. As someone who may not agree with your religious beliefs, should I have any incentive or interest in doing so if my whole means of existence is just to die and to be destruction?
That's a very good question. Yes, you should take interest.
Should I just kill myself at this point?
I'm going to show you what you're going to.
I live in this area of Seattle. The East Precinct was set on fire, so the cops were forced out. City Council member Kashama Sawant wanted a police defunded. Then people kept throwing poop in her yard and she wanted the police to find who it was.
That is pretty fucking hilarious. Defund the police, poop thrown in your yard. Hey, cops, find out who's doing this. Yeah, funny how that works. Thanks for the donation, Smegma. Dodo donated $2.
Buckle up, because in this video I'm going to reveal to you the Israelis' master plan to get rid of Iran once and for all.
Okay, we'll react to this next stream. I'm going to end the stream soon. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
To get mercy in the Lord's kingdom. Any of the other nations that are not blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans who are God's chosen people, if these other nations want to have mercy in the Most High God's kingdom, the entire nation has to repent for what they've done.
Wait, hold on. What? Sorry for what? What did I do?
Well, you're walking on stolen ground. Right?
What?
Didn't this land, before it was renamed Seattle, wasn't it called Duwamish?
What did I do?
Your nation of people, right, enslaved, right, the Native Americans and the Hispanics here in America. And the Most High God judges as a nation. But America as a whole is prophesied to be destroyed with international continental ballistic missiles.
IBM?
Unless they show, right?
Dude, Black Hebrew Israelites are fucking whack jobs. Alright, well, Tyler Oliveira is still an asshole. I think next stream what we'll do is watch more Frank Tufano, watch some of these videos you guys sent me. Some of the... What is this, Harvard debate? Or sorry, Oxford. And so forth. But Happy New Year, everybody. So my New Year's resolutions are to bench 405 and to masturbate 10 times a day every single day. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Sweet dreams. We'll probably see you tomorrow night around the same time. Probably. And, nighty-night.